Everybody can take their seats, please. All right, let's go ahead and get started. This is a rescheduled work session on our ESSER spending and management. And so all of the materials that were given to us for the work session previously have been reposted on board docs. And in addition, we have some additional materials that are out there for the public to view, a short presentation with updates that we'll have today, and I understand another report on the public comments on our ESSER spending. So with that, I will turn it over to Dr. Presidio for an introduction, and we'll have a short presentation, and then the rest of the time will be available for board questions and comments.
All right, well, thank you, Ms. Tolan. Good morning, everybody. We're going to pull up the presentation slides in just a second here, but to get started, we just want to say, oh, geez. Uh-oh. It was focused on me. It was my close-up, so we missed that one. All right, thank you. So facilities is going to check out that chair in just a minute, make sure that it's up to spec. But we'll jump back into the discussion on ESSER. So thanks for this opportunity to just discuss this work a little bit in more detail. We obviously had the complete presentation during the November 3rd board meeting, and we didn't have as much time as we would like for board discussion. So that's what we're going to focus on today. But we do have a few updates, if I could get this, and I can't, so you could go forward for me, I apologize. So we do have some additional information that's kind of hot off the press, if you will, that we need to share with you today. On November 4th, we received some information from VDOE about some additional ESSER requirements. So we want to talk to you a little bit about that and how we're going to comply with those requirements. And then we're going to share some of the information about the community feedback that we gathered earlier this fall. And then most of the time will be for board discussion. So if we can go to the next slide and skip forward one more. Just a quick reminder really for the community that's listening. I just want to reiterate kind of the purpose of the ESSER funding. The ESSER funding, first of all, is separate from FCPS operating funds. It's always really important that our community understands that. And we receive the ESSER dollars from the federal government with the express purpose of safely returning students to school and maintaining the safe operations of school following the COVID pandemic. Additionally, the funding was intended to be used over a multi-year period. So we received our funding in December of 2021. So essentially a year ago, we received our funding. So we haven't had funding for that long. We have until September of 2024 to expend all of our funds. So we have developed an ESSER plan and an ESSER spending plan and budget that reflects that multi-year strategy. And we're going to talk in our discussion today really about that first year of full funding that we received since December of 2021. We'll go to the next slide. So even though we've only had the funding for about a year, I do think that we've experienced a lot of academic growth in our schools. And this is a slide that we did present on November 3rd, but just to touch on it again briefly, you can see here that there's been a lot of growth. This is focused on SOL testing, and based on the FCPS results from last spring's testing, we're making significant gains in closing those pandemic learning gaps. We're seeing faster growth in the state as a whole. Our reading performance is almost on par with our pre-pandemic levels, and we've eliminated 50% of the math learning gaps in just a single year using our ESSER funds. So a lot of growth has been made in just 1 year. However, we recognize that there's still a lot of work to do, particularly for some of our student populations, like our economically disadvantaged students, our English language learners, and our students with disabilities. There's a lot more that we need to do. And we have received a very comprehensive report from the Office of Research and Strategic Improvement. And we appreciate Leedy and Michelle being here with us today to talk more about that report. But the thing that I appreciated most about the work that they did is we received the information, those preliminary findings, back in early summer, so we were able to incorporate a lot of those suggestions for areas of improvement into this year's ESSER plan. So if we go to the next slide, I just want to touch on a few of those priority areas that we're focused on this year. So as a school system, we identified the need to continue to prioritize using our ESSER funds to address our language arts recovery, our math recovery, and essentially our student wellness needs and SEL needs. That's the primary focus of what we're doing. We also, based on the ORSI report, recognized that we needed to strengthen our fidelity of implementation. So we did a lot of work this spring to really focus on developing more evidence-based practices and resources and guidance that we could provide to schools. And we increased the amount of support, central office support that we're providing to schools and monitoring that we're providing to schools. And I'm happy to be joined here today by Douglas Tyson and Jesse Kraft from Region 1 and Region 3, because our regions do a lot of work supporting and monitoring the work that's happening around ESSER improvements in our schools. So they're here with us, but we've got folks here from every region and a lot of other folks from departments to help answer any board questions. So this is really an overall leadership team effort. So the other thing that we really focused on is making sure that school spending is focused on Tier 2 and Tier 3 interventions. So 70% of the current school level funding is spent right now on providing those additional supports. And a lot of those supports are happening outside of the school day for students that need those that additional time beyond the regular instructional day to make those necessary academic gains. So we're also looking at some new strategies and supports that we can provide to our schools this year to really increase student supports even further. So we're looking at trying to create additional opportunities for one-on-one tutoring for students. And again, many students are already receiving that from the schools directly. But in instances where schools aren't able to meet the full need, we're really looking at anybody that we can partner with in the community or vendors that we could enter into a contract with to provide those additional services. So that's work that's underway right now as well. So we'll go to the next slide. And I want to shift gears a little bit and talk about the new VDOE requirement. And if we advance one more slide. As I said, on November 4th, we received Dr. Reed received a superintendent's memo, is what it's called, from VDOE, informing us of some new requirements that we need to meet that you can see that are outlined here. So by December 31st, we're required to engage stakeholders in consultation on our ESSER 3 spending plan. We feel that we've done a very comprehensive job of that, and we're going to talk about the feedback that we received this fall in just a second. We also have to complete an updated, essentially, report to the state. So even though we just sent them a report, they're asking for another report. So, you know, it's more work, but we can do it. That's not going to be a problem. And then we have to post our spending plan on our website, which again is not a problem. We do that. And in fact, we post our spending plans for all of our schools on the website. So it's not just at the division level, it's actually at the school level. So I think we're in really good shape to meet these requirements. And a lot of that requirement is really around, we'll advance 2 more slides, is really around making sure that the community has an opportunity to weigh in and provide input and feedback on the school division's ESSER plans. So we've had extensive opportunities for community feedback from the very beginning of our ESSER work. All the way back in spring of 2021, there was extensive engagement with focus groups of community members, staff members, students, families. We held public hearings, we did an extensive survey, and we took all of that information into consideration as we developed our initial ESSER plan and spending plan. And then later in the spring, ORSI actually released their first accountability report and gave us findings about you know, some good recommendations about how to invest our money wisely and the types of things that we needed to be focused on as we began our journey. After that time, we've continued to engage the public, and we've continued to have opportunities for public input into the plan. And we, of course, just recently in the fall completed comprehensive engagement, again, with a community survey and a public hearing, and another accountability report from ORSI. So there's been a lot of opportunities for community involvement. With that being said, we want to offer one additional opportunity before December 31st. We're going to schedule one more opportunity for community input. It's going to be a community conversation that Dr. Reed and I will host together, and we're going to schedule that for the evening of December 13th. So we just arrived at that date yesterday afternoon, and we're in the process of getting that publicized out to the community right now. So there'll be one more opportunity for feedback before this calendar year, and then we'll go ahead and get all of those compliance reports and information submitted to the state before the 31st. So next, as we go forward, I just want to mention some of the key findings and key themes from the community engagement process that we conducted this fall. And I want to focus mostly on the survey. So you can see here that we had 714 people participate in this survey. And it really isn't a survey. It's really more of an opportunity to give qualitative input. And we've coded and organized all of that input. But in terms of the respondents, 75% were parents and 20%, almost 20% were employees. So those two stakeholder groups were the largest by far in terms of the respondents to the survey. On the next slide, there were three different components that we asked the public to give us input on. And the first was around learning services and academics. So when you look at this slide, you can see a couple things in the chart. First of all, you can see the positive comments that we've coded and grouped together, the major themes of positive comments, and the major themes of constructive comments. You can also see the number of folks that fell into that particular theme, as well as the percent to help us with the frequency of those comments. So with respect to learning services and academics, on the positive feedback, we received a lot of agreement with the division's spending focus on addressing students' academic needs. There was a general appreciation for the work of FCPS staff, particularly the positive impact of the additional staffing that we put in place to support our students with instructional assistants, class monitors, and then intervention positions that were hired to support some of our neediest students. On the constructive side, basically the constructive feedback was to do more of all of those things, right? To continue to invest in those areas. So there was a lot of consensus when it came to learning services and academics. The next category is health and safety on the next slide. And in this particular area, there was a lot of appreciation for the mitigation strategies and the layered prevention strategies that we put in place to make sure that school was safe for students and staff. There was a general appreciation for that work, as well as positive feedback that we received for the work around upgrading our indoor ventilation systems and HVAC systems to make sure that we had clean and healthy air. And then there was an extreme amount of appreciation for our custodial staff, which I think is really important to point out, because our custodians were some of the unsung heroes, I think, of the pandemic, with all of the work that they had to do with cleaning and supporting mitigation strategies. So a lot of respect and appreciation for them. On the constructive side, there was a desire to continue as long as possible with our layered prevention strategies, and a desire to see even further improvements to our indoor ventilation system. So those were kind of the two major themes for health and safety on the constructive side of feedback. On the next slide, for wellness, this was the final category of the survey. The positive feedback included a lot of appreciation for the work that we did around mental health and wellness and SEL work. There was a lot of feedback about the value of inclusion of the SEL curriculum and the lessons and the work that we did through responsive classrooms and through advisories to really make sure that students were able to come to school ready to learn and mentally prepared and well to be able to focus on academics. And there was a lot of appreciation, again, for our counselors and our clinical staff for all the work that they did to support our students and our families during the pandemic with social emotional needs. Now, on the constructive side of the feedback, there was really more of a request to do less SEL and wellness and to do more on academics. So there was a little bit of a disconnect here. So there's a lot of appreciation for what we were doing, and then there were some folks that said, yeah, that's not as necessary, you just need to focus on the academics. So those are the major categories from the community feedback that we received this fall, and I just want to mention a few next steps, and then we'll open it up for discussion. So as I mentioned, we are going to have that community conversation. It will be scheduled for December 13th, so one more opportunity for folks to provide input. Then we'll submit everything that we need to by December 31st to the state. And we'll be working on creating a communication plan. That was another thing that we received feedback around, is people are still, I think, somewhat confused about what ESSER is. So we know that we need to do more with our communication strategies to keep people informed. And we'll be working to take all of the community feedback into consideration as we build our FY24 budget. So each year of this process, we've been updating our budget. And as we do that, the board obviously will be very involved with that and will ultimately approve our final budget that would be submitted for next fiscal year to the state. And then looking forward into the spring, ORCE is going to continue to support us with data analysis. And there'll be a third report that they will issue in the spring, and we'll have more opportunities for community involvement and input at that time. So thanks for letting me cover that information, and we'll turn it back over to our meeting managers and open it up for board discussion.
All right, well, thank you, everyone. And it's nice to see so many people here today. And for those who are watching or listening, there are extensive reports and information on board docs that are very helpful, and I think probably answer many, many questions. So hopefully people have had the opportunity to look at those. We'll start with Ms. Marin.
Good morning. I wanted to ask about how we're capturing all of the great things that are working. This is something that I had asked about as we looked at our accreditation data as well. It seems like a lot is dependent on the ESSER plan, which is great. But as the board, how are we going to know what we should fund going forward once ESSER funding runs out? So specifically, I've suggested, are you capturing case studies or stories, because each school is unique? Or is there going to be an analysis of all the ESSER plans? What's a commonality? What is something that is really going to produce a return on an investment? So I'll stop there to hear some feedback, please.
So I can start, and then I don't know if Leedy or Michelle want to add anything. I think it's a great question, and it is something that I think we need further discussion around. We're still relatively new in this work, and we have been doing a lot of reflection during the first year. Part of the reports that we get from ORCE is a key strategy and lever in that, because they are looking at what's working in our schools, and using that information to really make sure that we're providing the types of supports that are evidence-based, first of all, that have a national, kind of international evidence base, as well as the local context evidence base to be working, are things that are really important. So, again, moving forward, continuing that reflection is going to be an important part of the piece, not just when ESSER funding runs out, but as we build the FY24 budget. So we did a lot of that work as we built the FY23 budget. And, as I mentioned, we recognized that we needed to invest more in those Tier 2 and Tier 3 interventions, because they were making a difference and we needed to invest more. So schools are spending over 70% of their funds in those investments right now. So that's one concrete example that we worked on. Another was that we needed to provide more explicit guidance to teachers. So making those curriculum adjustments so that teachers could be more focused on instruction and less focused on planning and having to develop their own materials. That was something that came out of the first round of reflection that we saw working. So I think it's a combination of looking at the data, looking at the evidence base, and hearing from our stakeholders, right? Hearing from our teachers, hearing from our school-based leaders about what's working in their schools and what they need us to adjust to be, more effective in supporting them. So I think we got a good start to that this year. We'll go further in that work next year, and I think your suggestion to continue that work, to think about, post-ESSER funding, where should we be and what would our priorities be, is really important as well. But I don't know, Leedy or Michelle, if you want to add anything to that.
The one thing that I think I would add to that is that, really big picture-wise, the schools that seem to be doing the best job with their ESSER funds are really incorporating it or integrating it strongly into their general practices, which makes it good instructional practice, but also makes it very hard to tease apart the specific effect of the ESSER funds. So that's something that's challenging for us, at least in our office, to kind of tease that bit apart. But maybe giving away a little bit too much. We are hearing, because we just started doing interviews and focus groups for this year, that there are improvements happening, and so some of the things that help all of our schools make that gel as easily as possible seems to be moving forward this year, and the practices that are being put in place this year seem to be driving things forward. So that may be giving away a little bit too much about kind of where we're headed, but it does seem like the improvements are happening in making MTSS sort of help push this along and really integrate it into the general practices of the school division.
Well, thank you. That's really encouraging. And I think what you said is that generally, when it's well integrated, that's when we see the biggest effect. So that's great. I struggle when someone asks me, well, what's working? That I can't answer, whether it's a funder or a constituent or a parent. And you're right, Dr. Facidio, it's not getting this information so that when ESSER's over, maybe it will never go away, who knows, maybe they'll just keep funding us, but federally, but what are we doing now? You know, and I think this gets back to this perennial idea of tight and loose. If something's working well at a school, that should probably happen in most, if not all of the schools, I don't know, but I just worry that some schools are getting it and some schools perhaps could use that, you know, if this is like sort of a pilot, right, and we're sharing those incubators of change, that's what I want to make sure is being shared. I also wanted to ask, I've been asked by several people about the contracts for special education teachers. Can someone please explain to me, is there going to be a cliff where we're going to not have funding for our special ed teachers? I can't imagine we'd do anything but try to keep them as much as we can. Can someone speak to how they're funded? We're tied to ESSER, and are we in danger of not being able to fund our special education teachers?
Go ahead, Dr. Boyd, that's fine.
Good morning, and Lee and I are here together, so it's intentional. So the extended contract was only for this fiscal year and the past fiscal year. So if the question is there currently plans to have that extended contract for special education teachers in next fiscal year's budget? Right now, that is not planned unless something changes, because again, those funds that extension was supported with ESSER dollars that sunset on this year.
Now, Ms. Burden, can you explain to me, because I know you and I have talked extensively about, you know, not using the funds, so we didn't have that cliff, but it seems like now we will. So can you just clarify what the funds were for and why we can't renew them? Were they used to fund full-time staff? I'm just not clear.
You're asking about the special education extended contracts
Yes.
only?
Yes.
The Commonwealth required that we expend all funds. And so that is why we did a multi-year plan expending every dollar that was awarded to us. And the special ed contracts were only included in fiscal '22 and fiscal '23 because at the time we were developing the plan, we did not think this was going to be a long-term initiative. So we would have to take funds from another category if we were going to fund special ed contract extensions in fiscal '24, or included in the operating fund for being locally funded, essentially.
So, but my understanding was that we were not funding full-time staff because we were worried that we would not be able to keep that staff. So this sounds like it's something different, and I'm not clear.
That's correct. We were, you know, the advice that we gave and were given was that we should keep FTEs, or full-time positions that have recurring costs, to a minimum with ESSER funding because of the very problem that you point out, because you don't have a funding source after the grant money runs out. And we did that. We have 55 positions out of 189 million. So we did that to the, you know, as much as we could, but things like special ed contracts are not, they're not FTE, so it's not recurring, but somebody could make a decision that it would be recurring, and then we would either need to add it to the operating fund or reshuffle the ESSER funding.
Lee, if we could just clarify that these contracts, these are to extend the workday for special ed teachers an additional half hour. So it's not hiring new teachers, it's extending their time.
Right, thank you for clarifying and reminding, I am remembering this now. Well, I certainly would like to explore seeing how we can include that, because it seems like it's very much needed. Or give us an analysis that says perhaps it's not, but I'd like to see the ramifications. And then finally, the thing I'll mention is about tutoring. How much are we even instructing our students to use tutor.com? It's not clear that that's maximized, so while one-to-one in person would be great, have we even maximized tutor.com? And I'll put a plug in for not only the content of what is being taught to children, but the skills and habits for them to, hone their time management, learning management skills. Thank you.
No, thanks for that question. There does seem to be confusion in the community about what tutor.com is and why we're doing it. So just to make sure that we're all on the same page, tutor.com was never intended to be the tutoring solution for our students who were academically behind, that we had identified that had suffered learning loss from the pandemic. We always prioritized in-person tutoring with licensed, teachers as much as possible, to the greatest degree possible, in our schools to support those Tier 2 and Tier 3 kids. And we provided schools funding based on the amount of students that they had, the number of students that they had who needed those additional services. And again, schools are spending 70% of their dollars to provide those types of services. Tutor.com is really like a backstop. It's for the students that don't have identified needs, but might need some additional help. And you might remember when we were putting this whole budget together, there was discussion from some folks in the community about, well, you're building this plan for Tier 2 and Tier 3, but what about my child who might need some additional support? What are you doing? So we were able to get a separate grant to pay for tutor.com. It's not operating dollars, it's not ESSER dollars, it's a separate grant from VDOE that's providing that service for 2 years. And any student can use it. So if you're in a Tier 2 or Tier 3 intervention and need more help, you can use it, and we would encourage students to use it. But that was not its intended purpose or audience. It was really to provide like a universal support for students who just needed a little bit more help, outside of the school day. It is underutilized, and we're continuing to advertise it and communicate about it. We've talked to our principals about making sure that they're getting the word out. The most powerful thing and strategy is for a teacher to demonstrate how to use it with their class, and then the students know how to use it. Just last night at home, my son needed to get on tutor.com, and I had to remind him how to do it, right? Well, he's been on a couple times, right? So you don't always get it the first time. So it does take time, it does take practice, but the team is working really hard to get the word out. And when our teachers can really show it and demonstrate it, that's really the best way to get the word out.
Ms. Cohen?
Thank you, and I appreciate this. I think this is really helpful for all of us, just as a good reminder of the ongoing work that's happening. I'm glad to follow Ms. Marin in talking about the AT contracts. I do feel like, and I will defer to my colleagues if they feel differently, but I feel like this was a conversation that was intended to be this placeholder to make sure that we are recognizing the extra work that has gone in, especially during the pandemic, when we went back to TLPs and then we went back to IEPs and everything that our special ed staff has been doing. I felt like there was a handshake that we all were going to agree that we're going to figure out how to put this in the budget going forward. That may not be fair. That is my belief when we had these initial conversations. So I would argue that half hour does not even come close to the amount of work you were doing as a gen ed teacher, but especially as a sped teacher. So I cannot imagine supporting a budget where we do not make sure that those AT contracts are a part of it. Just period, end of story. For me, that's a deal breaker. I wanted to just address, I thought it was interesting, Dr. Presidio, what you said about a big piece of constituent, all of our parents and students and families talking about how wonderful SEL was, and then the negative being, oh, and you're doing too much of it. So I take that back on all of us, to talk about how have we really worked to communicate the connection between SEL and academic work. SEL work is academic work. These don't happen in a vacuum. So how can we better explain? I've seen some principals do some amazing things. I have a principal who invited all of his parents into Monday morning meeting, and he had 70 parents who came and had certainly some misconceptions about what that looked like, and were really blown away by what that work at an elementary school level really looks like. So what more could we be doing to educate folks about the importance of SEL work?
Well, like anything, we can always be doing more. So, I don't know that I have the magic answer to that. I would say that, we're still relatively new in this work, so there's a lot of, community education that needs to happen about what we're doing, and there's our own learning curve that we're going through right now. Maria Genova is here, and she's kind of leading this project up with a small project team. I'm not going to put you on the spot, but feel free to jump in and add anything that you want to. But, we're still pretty new in this work, and we're working hard to get the word out about, what is SEL? And, we're even talking more broadly about wellness, so that we're not just focused on, SEL, because I think that even confuses some people. And the work we're doing is more than social emotional, right? It is overall wellness. And we need our students, when they come to school, to be ready to learn, right? So they have to be healthy, right? They have to be, ready to engage in rigorous academic tasks, and that means taking a whole child approach to education. So we definitely can do a better job explaining what it looks like. That's something that Maria and I can talk more about, and talk more to the communications team about too. How can we get the word out about what it is that we're doing? I love the story that you told. Bringing people into the school so that you can see it is really the best way to do it. But we can replicate that with videos and, stories and things that we can share more publicly. So we'll definitely work on that.
Thanks. I do think there's some misinformation in the community about what SEL is, what wellness work is, and really looking at some of the models that other systems, as you said, we're a little later to this game than we'd like to be. I think it is important work that many of our teachers for sure, but our schools have been embracing, but as a system really working to promote it. I think this is not some newfangled idea. This is something that's been a tenet of best practices in education for some time. I will definitely need a go back. Thanks so much.
Dr. Anderson, followed by Ms. McLaughlin. Got you.
Thank you, and thank you for this information. I think I want to pick up where also Ms. Barron left off. On page 5, you were talking about, on the PowerPoint presentation, you talked about the growth that was made in reading and in mathematics, but I think the core of it, I need a tighter alignment between, I need more information that says what led to these increases. So I'd like to know, what exactly did staff do? What exactly did our schools do? What did our division put into place that helped to get those results?
So I can start with that, and then I'll defer back to Lydia and Michelle. And, as they said, a lot of things are intertwined, so it's hard sometimes to pull out the variable and say, well, this is what, is responsible for that growth. But some of the things, again, that we really focused on in our plan was really making sure, and we still have work to do here, and we still have growth to make, but making sure that we're using MTSS systems effectively and consistently in all of our schools, right? So really identifying students who need additional support. So starting with a high-quality curriculum that was, again, revised to really fit and match those essential learning standards that we had concerns that maybe students had missed when they were not in person and, during the pandemic. So we revised all of our curriculum to really focus on essential learning standards, looked at key skills at one grade level that had to be mastered as students moved to the next grade level, making sure that those were adequately covered. So we updated all of our curriculum materials and resources to focus on the essential standards and skills. Then we put in common assessments in place in all of our schools so that we would have a sense of how students were doing, where they were at the beginning of the year, the growth that they were making over time, and identifying students that needed additional supports, right? If they needed a tier 2 or tier 3 support. We put together comprehensive guidance about what types of support students would need in literacy and math, and we really focused in literacy and math. What types of support students would need and should get in a Tier 2 and Tier 3 setting. Continuing to progress monitor those students and intensify the support where necessary, right? So like we've really tried to address the development of effective MTSS systems in all of our schools. Definitely, we have more work to do in that area, but that is an evidence-based practice that's, has a lot of support in terms of producing student achievement gains. So that was one of the core things that we did. We also looked then to get those additional services and supports outside of the regular school day as much as possible. We did buy personalized learning software for students that could be used at home independently or supported with families. We're looking to even expand that more further this year. There are some additional enhancements that we think we can put in place that will further support students. In some of our subgroups in particular, like English language learners, and then getting as much small group and individual student attention and tutoring services as possible to extend the learning opportunities outside of the school day. So we revised our curriculum. We made sure that we had coherent and consistent assessment practices, clear data monitoring, and again, consistent practices in terms of student supports for those students who needed them. So all of those things together are a lot of the, I think, responsible for a lot of the growth that we're seeing. And again, we know that we need to do more. We've got learning gaps still for some of our subgroups, but I think a lot of those practices together are really responsible for a lot of the growth that we had. I don't know if Leedy or Michelle want to add anything.
Dr. Presidio has really hit on the heart of what we saw as influential to the outcomes that were graphed. The only thing I would really add is not just the strength of MTSS, but the strength of a professional learning community. So having those strong collaborative teams that were guiding Tier 1 instruction and Tier 2 interventions in the classrooms, married with a strong MTSS system. So the more we can have that work integrated into the schools really was where we were seeing schools able to leverage any instructional strategy and being able to adapt and modify instructional practices to best meet the needs of students. It was really that having that core structure in schools, schools could then reflect on programs, resources, really to meet the individualized needs of students.
And if I can just piggyback just one more thing on that. You have to remember that many of our schools had 30% or more of their students who were requiring interventions and supports. They were our Tier 2 and our Tier 3 students. And so what was happening in the classroom and meeting as much of that need within the classroom, as Michelle was talking about, that our PLCs were responsible for, was really critical to actually allowing the MTSS team that's dealing with the students who need the most intervention to be able to do their job and not be overwhelmed by the number of students that had to be pushed into the MTSS or outside the classroom supports. So making sure that was taken care of in the classroom was really critical to make sure that the MTSS teams could function as effectively as they could. And I know our
I could add something. I think part of the question is what was done to get this improvement that could be continued. And we're talking a lot about ESSER funding. As an EP for school improvement, working with schools this year who need to continue to make improvement, one of the things I find myself advising, particularly my secondary schools on, is maximizing what they can do with intervention between the bells. Having a Saturday school, a before-school program, and after-school program is an excellent supplement, and it works. But where we're trying to support schools with improvement, and that's their plan A, we're very cautious about that being plan A, because there's going to be kids who don't attend, right? We want to make sure that they're getting as much intervention, reteaching during the school day as possible, whether it's through advisory, whether it's through maximizing what they can do in that block, so that we're not expecting kids to show up consistently for an outside of the bell program to get the needed intervention. So we want to continue to promote that, But just so you know, like behind the curtain, we want them to maximize what they can do during the school day as the best plan.
Thank you. I think I still struggle a little bit because some of the things that you've described were already present before the ESSER funds, before the pandemic. We've had the PLCs, we've had the common assessments. And I'm struggling with the MTSS reliance because a special education review said that MTSS was an area where teachers and principals felt as if they didn't have a good handle, but yet it's being articulated here as if that is the key piece that moved this forward. So I am really struggling to try to figure out what are the new practices. It sounds as I'm hearing like we're doing it harder. I'm not with you, and I want to be.
I think we're doing it better, and we still need to do it better, right? Like
Did you need money to do it if you were already doing it before ESSER funds?
Yeah, I think we absolutely did. We had very few folks to support MTSS in our schools, and we were very loose in terms of our expectations. So we basically required nothing, right? We put out materials and suggestions and ideas, but we basically required very little. And we had very limited capacity to coach schools and support schools. So we did add a few staff members to our MTSS team so that there's somebody in each region that can provide those school-based coaching and professional development and training opportunities. The team has been out and provided coaching in 150 schools so far just this fall. So a lot of what I was talking about is taking an evidence-based practice and doing it better. And again, we still have improvement to make, but we put in a revised curriculum, Tier 1, 2, and 3, so that's new. Even though it fits in the old MTSS framework, that's new. The training, coaching, and professional development for schools and using MTSS practices is new. We required the use of certain data tools so that we could monitor progress, not just at the classroom level or school level, but that we could monitor it at the division level. That's new and part of MTSS, right? We put in, some of those extended Tier 3 tutoring services. That's new, right? So it's within a model and framework. There's a lot of new things happening within that model. I'm putting it into that context because we have to, I think, still use that evidence-based theory of how you support student academic needs. It's important to do that, and it's important to do it well, and it's important to do it with fidelity, and that's where we still have growth that we can make. So again, I'm not disputing, the special ed audit. We saw some similar findings from the Orsi audit, so we know that we have growth to make there. But again, a lot of that came from we had very loose or almost no division expectations around what MTSS would look like. So we're requiring people to attend the monthly professional development and coaching sessions, right? We're out in schools on a daily basis, right? All of those things are new things that didn't happen previously.
So what I'm hearing from you in a nutshell is that when we have a consistent requirement that everybody completes a certain thing, then we have increased achievement. And I wonder where else can we take that approach around the division, because I think we've talked about this ad nauseum, where everybody's doing their own thing in a lot of different ways. So I would love to see that approach kind of come across some of the other aspects. I do want to ask a question about the personalized learning software that you talked about. What is that?
So you might remember we purchased two products, one for English called Lexia and one for math called ST Math, and both of those are computer adaptive, which basically means, students complete a sample assessment, if you will, and the computer diagnoses where the greatest learning needs are and then assigns students practice items related to that as they continue in the program and learn new skills. It's adaptive to where they need to
I thought we had
focus their
those
skills.
before us, or at least ST Math.
No, we purchased both of those initially during the pandemic with ESSER funds. And we're looking at some enhancements, as I said now. So there's some new add-ons to ST Math that will allow us to link it better to some of the assessment systems that we use, like our iReady assessment. So linking those two systems together will be adaptive to what the iReady results are, as well as an extension to the Lexia product that's really supportive of English language development for our English language learners. So we're in the process of trying to get those pieces brought on board right now.
Okay, thank you. And also the data that you provided on page 5, do we have this broken down by demographics? Can that be disaggregated and shared?
We do. Some of it was contained in the November 3rd board meeting presentation, and it's definitely contained in the full ORSI accountability report. And then similar in the Goal 1 report that we just looked at, there's a lot of disaggregated data around the SOLs. And we're going to have a work session on Goal 1, I think, on December 6th. So it's in a couple different places.
Thank you. As my time is quickly winding, I do want to talk about the survey responses that you shared on page 10. I'm just concerned in terms of how much weight to give to this survey when we had 714 responses. The division has nearly 200,000 students. It almost seems as if this does not mean a lot. So, and how are you putting this in context because you have such a small number of responses?
Well, I mean, I think that's an area that we would welcome some board input on. I mean, I think it's one data point that we need to use as we think about setting our budget priorities. As I mentioned, we're going to take all of this feedback into consideration as we build that FY24 budget later this winter and spring for our ESSER funds. So we take into consideration the accountability report we get from ORSI. We take into consideration the information that we get from the community, right? Like we have to, triangulate some of these things and see like where is there some consensus around the information and the feedback that we're getting back. And I think that's the best way to do it because I agree with you. It's not representative of our entire community. If you look at that
Not
slide.
even a whole school.
No, of course not. And if you look at the slide 10, you can see the level of community involvement is starting to wane over time, right? So like basically, we have about half of the participation in our community involvement around ESSER as we did at the very beginning. And I think that's to be expected. We're not going to sustain that same level of community involvement, but we're going to do our best to, provide an opportunity for anybody who wants to give input. So again, I think it's looking at the multiple data sets as we build that budget and trying to triangulate those and see where there are areas of overlap and agreement.
Well, I'll definitely need a go back, but I will share two things for your consideration. When there are PTA, PTO meetings, that's a great space where you already have people captive, where maybe whoever's leading it could throw up the link for people to respond to the meeting, to build in time for that. And this is a space where when you're saying this is a requirement, maybe everybody in the division in the next 2 or 3 PTA meetings, that can be a 10-minute piece requirement that you put the survey up or you put it in front of your attendees so that they can complete it. Similarly, I find the advisory periods that the secondary schools are doing on a daily basis now to be so important. That is a space where maybe the teacher can teach them to use tutor.com.
Oh, absolutely.
During the advisory period because they have that every single day. And I'll wait for my go back. Thank you.
Okay, I'll put you on a go back.
And we do, and just a quick session, Dr. Anderson, we do have a couple of these training sessions for this tutor.com coming up. There's actually one happening today, et cetera, as we try to get more people involved in it. And in fact, some of us did send out to schools. It was recently, just actually in this current issue of Ed Week, you might have seen it, that article about the intensive tutoring and its positive effects, and its national data across the country. If you guys want to take a look at it, I think it's very salient. And it's opportune now to be able to stress that, as Dr. Presidio said, it's an adjunct to what we're doing. And I think it's something that's very important, and I'm glad that you brought it up, because it is something that we want to make sure that we do a better job of getting it across and also utilizing those advisory sessions, because this can be particularly helpful. Thank you. Sorry.
It's okay. Thank you. Ms. Keys-Gamarra, then followed by Ms. McLaughlin.
Thank you, and I'm happy to follow Dr. Anderson. There are a number of pages, not just in this presentation, but in the one I think you were going to do on November 3rd, talking about different results per category of student. And the question that has come up for me are twofold. One is we received a question in the Board of Supervisors joint meeting about learning loss specifically. We get that question everywhere. And so I was just looking on the website, like, where is this a good presentation to give to people to address that concern? Because I agree with my colleagues who have said that that is It's not easy to find the information. There's a lot of misunderstanding with regard to what we are doing. What does MTSS mean? We have this alphabet soup of things to represent what we do, which we're doing very well. But I'm not sure that it's being communicated so that the community understands, and where can we readily go to get those type of answers?
Yeah, so, I mean, if we're looking for things that have already been published along that line, I would say the full ORSI report is the most authoritative. The second report that they released and was shared in the November 3rd work session. And then the slides that you referenced from the November 3rd meeting are good because they pull out some of the most important or most salient points from the full report. So those would be good things to share. In terms of things that have already been published. And, again, we're still struggling trying to figure out, where we can improve our communication and our understanding in the community of what we're doing. So that is something that our ESSER team and our communications office is going to be working on, is to really figure out, how can we better educate the community about what's happening as a result of, the ESSER funds that we have. So we're still working on better communication strategies.
So if I can just add my wish to that, if there can be something pulled together, almost a pamphlet of some sort, where it's easily accessible on the website. I know this involves a lot of people, but I think that would be helpful because I think people are getting frustrated trying to figure out, well, what are they doing? And I know we're doing a lot. I'm not criticizing us at all. Where I get a little frustrated is, a lot of people don't know what we're doing. And so I'll start there. The second thing I wanted to bring up, and this came up in our special education work session just a few weeks ago, is do we have, or how are we communicating those clear expectations and standards with what we are implementing from the central office aspect? How are we communicating? I suspect it's part of professional development. We're talking today about different results in different places, so I'm looking for ways to address that.
So, yeah, let me say a few things to that and then invite Douglas and Jesse to add in. And first on your suggestion, I think absolutely we can create a one-pager. I think that's a great idea. Sometimes people get lost in all the information that we have on the website and everything. So we'll work on that. I think that's a great suggestion. To your second question, though, a lot of the information in terms of the requirements is delivered both from central offices and then reinforced through the region offices. So where we've developed program standards, like as it relates to MTSS, we have very specific requirements that we put in place for this year in terms of attending training, making sure that your MTSS team has certain individuals from your school and is meeting on a certain cadence, what you need to do with respect to progress monitoring and your data. Like all of that is documented and communicated out from central office. We do that through principal meetings. We do that through what we call action grams, where if a school needs to take a particular action, we push that information out so that it's also given to schools in writing, and then the regions follow up on it. But I would say one of the biggest things that we've done this year that's new for us this year is department and region collaboration in the school support effort on an ongoing basis throughout the year. So we are meeting with our schools to do quarterly reviews of their school improvement plans. And their school improvement plan is their ESSER plan. In their school improvement plan, the only thing that they do with ESSER is document how the ESSER dollars are going to be spent to help them reach their database goals to increase student achievement. So it's one plan, and we're reviewing those together quarterly with schools and providing additional supports to schools based on, what they need at that quarter interval. So that's a whole nother thing that we've added in addition to what we've done previously around communicating expectations, but more importantly, being responsive to what schools need to meet those expectations. Not just telling them, here's what you have to do, but how is it going so far and how can we help you to make sure that we can help you get this right?
All right. To piggyback on that, speaking from the region perspective, and I think the school improvement perspective for our schools in Region 3 that are Project Momentum especially, Dr. Presidio is right. We are meeting with our whole region team, we'll call it. This is our supports dedicated to our region from OSS, ISD, IT, DSS, and maintaining the relationship, figuring out where we can deploy them to schools if they're not already present to support, and trying to build collaboration across departments. Another thing that I think has been really helpful this year has been our school improvement plan goal teams and what's possible with interdepartmental collaboration through those. Brendan Menuet and I, he's from Region 2, are on the science goal team, and we're both EPSIs. And in our efforts to support our schools with science SOLs, which is a concern, we've been able to see really strong and I would say efficient collaboration between OSS and ISD specifically. And it's led to better promotion of the newer resources that those departments have created for school use, for teacher use, for principals to know so they can have their teams use these instructional resources. But they've also been more responsive in taking the feedback from schools. A great example is unit assessments in grade 8 where they didn't exist in some places. Having like a stronger catalog test assessment in Horizon for grades 4 and 5. I'm sorry, 5 and 8. All those things are coming together as people rally around efforts. And I think a lot of that is part of how tight the school planning process has been this year compared to other years. And it could probably stand to get tighter, and it looks like we're going that way. But because there's some clear expectations, people are coming together, I think, in all the right ways, at least in my experience.
And I think it's a very good question, Ms. Keys-Gamarra. It also dovetails a bit with what Dr. Anderson was getting at as well. In some of the regions, you've also seen on a weekly basis, and Dr. Presidio was referring to these quarterly meetings, but on some of the regions, there's been on a weekly basis meetings where we've used the region ed specialists, the data specialists, the ESSER resource person, which is an example of funds that are now being in place that were not in place before and that are allowing us to be able to do that, along with the ECR specialists from wellness, portrait of a graduate, to review the SIP ESSER plans and to provide, if you will, a responsive support to these schools so that they can enhance their goals, right? Which is another way of helping people to figure out that what paper press you have on paper is not actually the best thing for Douglas. It might be for Leedy, but it's not the best thing for Douglas. To be able to enhance the goals, leverage the strategies, particularly the ones that Dr. Presidio was referring to earlier, and use these resources that Dr. Anderson was getting to in terms of what is new, the new resources, and ensure a greater level of alignment between the learning loss, the gaps, if you will, the goals and the strategies that were aforementioned, and the outcomes. So to help people to recognize that we're not just talking about gaps and goals, but we're talking about strategies, how we leverage them, how we're going to get to these goals, and what are the expected outcomes, as well as aligning the ESSER funding to that support, so that in the end, when you come to the Tyson School and we put this down on paper, we should be able to account for the money that was being spent, the additional money that was being spent to be able to get X number of students across the goal line. It's a very good question, and I'm glad you asked it.
Well, I really appreciate the way you laid that out, because my goal is, one, to, first of all, achieve fidelity of implementation, as always. When we do something well, to have that documented and accessible in a central way, and then have that targeted approach, as is outlined in the thicker documentation, let's see, from, well, it's dated November 29th, but you go over the various groups that have not done as well, right? When we look at the improvements in math and English, overall, we've made huge leaps, but there's some people that have been left behind. What are the strategies in making sure that we're achieving fidelity of implementation with those particular folks? I will need to go back, but I appreciate this discussion today.
McLaughlin?
Thank you. Let's see, I guess the first thing I want to point out is that as our school division is trying to move closer toward project management, I do think that this can serve as a model, how we're serving our ESSER dollars, which is, what, 183 million versus a $3.5 billion budget on an annual basis. So I do think this can serve as a model. Number two, I do want to point out that the project updates report, it's lacking dollars. So if we're really talking about the public and the board having oversight and understanding of what we're doing with the actual money in the projects, that's not there, and it needs to be there. And then we need to cite back to where you can get more granular detail, because I don't want to just know how many dollars you're spending in, let's say, number 27, classroom, outdoor, and dining room monitor. I want to know, okay, what is this actually costing us and where? The November 2022 update in that particular section is confusing to me because it talks about hiring COVID case managers. I would think in this school year, we are not doing COVID case managers. We have school nurses. So, I think that update isn't really helpful, and I'm a little concerned about what that's telling me. So the other thing I would say is I've just sent you all a New York Times story that was run yesterday that absolutely speaks to what we're talking about here, and I really wanted to make sure everybody saw it. I'm going to send it out to my Braddock District community, because the bottom line is the Stanford researcher quotes that poverty was one of the highest predictors of learning loss during the pandemic. So what do we know? Basically, the pandemic spotlighted what public school systems around the nation continue to struggle with, which is how do you close gaps? How do you, help our most vulnerable? And poverty is a big component. I'm not saying it's the only one. We pay attention to students with disabilities, English language learners aren't always tied to poverty, but it's a big component to it. So the other thing I would ask is that we don't have some of the other ESSER documents posted here, and it's really important when people are wanting to look collectively of what we've done. I only see like ORCE's report too. So I would ask Dr. Reed that the team really focus that when we're coming into a work session, I want all of the documents. I want to see the spring report from ORCE. I want to see the survey responses from the 1,000 people. I only see the one from the 714. If there's time for a go back, I definitely would like one. I do want to compliment the ORCE team though. While I'll send some notes about the report, the details are some of the most we've ever seen, and I want to thank you for that.
Great, thank you. Ms. Omesh, followed by Mr. Frisch.
Thank you, Mr. Kraft, Mr. Tyson, Ms. D'Angelo for joining us, and then Ms. Ruda for the robust research, and Dr. Petrich and Dr. Presidio for your work as always. A couple of things you guys threw a lot of information at us, hundreds of pages to get through here, and that's great because the importance of being rigorous here can't be understated. Ms. Ruda, you shared kind of the difficulty in coming out with specifics maybe in isolating variables to see which practices worked and whatnot. And for me, just overall, when I look at all of this, for certain groups, we're doing great, and for certain groups, it's almost that we utterly failed, right? If we isolate that and think of them as a specific community. And that, to me, leads us to, again, the equity reflection always, that if this is to serve everyone, is that happening? I still have my wonderings about that. I especially noted the point you mentioned where those who needed it most were the least likely to show progress.
and that, tier 2, tier 3 folks, students, perhaps were the ones to show the least in terms of moving the needle, but then 70% of the monies were spent on them, right? Dr. Presidio, you were sharing. So I guess that leads me to, with the understanding that the variables are not, we can't isolate them to the degree where we can really rely on data here in understanding what exactly was working and what wasn't. What are our reflections from there? Dr. Petrich, I assume you're the one overseeing the whole project. I to throw that at you, but I want to think about that here and just, reflecting.
Well,
I mean, it seems like it's a practices issue if we're throwing that kind of money, but anyway.
I don't think it's a practices issue. I mean, I think that's something that we need to continue to evaluate, and certainly invite anybody else to weigh in on this. I think actually Ms. McLaughlin's comments are really important to start with when we think about this progress that we've seen and the progress that we haven't seen that we still want to see, right? We've had this funding. What we're reporting on is 6 months worth of funding, right? The amount of funding is like 1% of our annual budget. It's not like everything that we would ever want to do to provide supports and services to students that we know don't have the same advantages and protective factors as many of our students in our system have, right? So it's not everything that we would want to do by any means. So we need to keep that in mind, and I think as much scrutiny as we give to the practices that we're doing here, I think there needs to at least be some scrutiny to what are we doing at the policy level, right? That whole study on the impact of poverty during the pandemic raises a lot of questions like, this ESSER money is great, but what are we going to do when it runs out? Are we going to have a conversation as a country about additional Title I dollars and funding that needs to go into the schools where these students are that need that additional support? Are we going to have a policy discussion in this state about what we're going to do to get teachers licensed so that we can be fully staffed in all of our schools, right? And have quality educators in the schools that have the neediest students? Like, what is that going to look like from a policy perspective? So there's what we're doing in terms of practices. We need to scrutinize that for sure. But I do think we need to have the policy discussion as well at the same time. In our practices discussion, like, we're still really early in this work. We're going through 2024. I'm optimistic. I'm pretty optimistic that we're going to see continued growth in the next accountability report. But we need to continue to collect that data and hold ourselves accountable. But for the students that need the most help, that's where we need to focus our efforts. We're trying to figure out, like I said right now, what additional supports can we get into those schools where students need more. So we're looking at enhanced tutoring services. We're looking, at additional software supports for individual support outside of the school day. But there's a lot that we need to do on the policy side, not just on the practice side, I would say. I don't know if anybody else wants to comment.
Okay. Dr. Petrich, you don't have any thoughts?
I think at a granular level, when I look at the plans and we look at the work and what we have funded in this year, really the ESSER dollars have provided hourly funding support for adults to work with students. So that has definitely been a plus. The professional development opportunities that ESSER funding has afforded our staff to become trained in these evidence-based practices has also supported the success in schools. And then the acquisition of instructional materials for small group work and individual group. Those three items, those are the big ticket ESSER-funded items that have really helped schools. Part of what we've all talked at this table is the fidelity of implementation, the use of evidence-based practices. How do we keep getting better at that? Is still the work in progress that we experience every day.
Okay, but I guess there's a bit of a disconnect because either our metrics in measuring our success are off, or we're not meeting those metrics, right? And I'm thinking specifically for the tier 2, tier 3 kids. So where do we see what's going to change based on the data, or are we going to keep doing the same?
I don't know if this will be helpful Ms. Omeish, but some of what happened last year, and I think, people are looking forward now to what's happening this year and how maybe it's improved and changed. But in terms of the reporting and what was in that report, we're talking about what was able to be done last year. So the ESSER funding really wasn't available to schools immediately. So it was available kind of partway through the year, which really did impact what schools could stand up. But I think in terms of some of the data that we gathered in ORSI, there's also the added factor that for the students that we're talking about, and we're talking sometimes like our English learners and our economically disadvantaged students, that they were, at least in terms of what we heard in our focus groups, they were often students that were very hard to help support outside of the typical school day. And so a lot of the kind of impetus to stand up these additional programs for them and get those kinds of services to students, what we were hearing from teachers was that those were the students, especially at the high school level, that were very hard to have them participate and take part in it. So our interest in providing the services didn't necessarily match their needs. And I think that goes back to what Dr. Presidio was saying of how do you stand something up, not just that might be helpful to them, but that they can then access and use. So I think the ability for us to get better at doing that is important. And the other piece of it is within the general classroom, and I think Dr. Petrich alluded to this, that having teachers be able to have professional development so they understand how to best serve the students within the regular classroom and help them access the curriculum as well as they can in situations where they might need additional supports and strategies to do it is really critical. Now that hasn't played out, so I can't say from an ORSI standpoint that I can say, this definitively made that happen and made it successful in schools. But we know it wasn't happening, and so then it's the issue of how do we try to make sure it does happen this year and make improvements this year that I think you've heard people talk about. How do we try to improve that for this year? So I don't know if that helps, but that's sort of the difference between where we were at the end of last year versus what we're talking about is happening this year and trying to be improved upon this year.
Yeah, no, that is actually very helpful. And hopefully, taking a look at what the data isn't telling us, also in those reflections will enable, steps in the right direction. But I guess especially starting the money off late is a major challenge. But I assume in the next report, if that tracks, then we'll see something, but we'll see. So then how large is that population? Forgive me if I missed it, and I really did look through all of this, but the tier 2, tier 3.
So I think we're talking about, in the spring, there were, at least on the reading side, roughly 26,000 students at tier 2 and roughly 12,000 at tier 3. And math was, I think, comparable. Is that correct? Yeah.
Okay, thanks.
And there's some overlap there, so sometimes it's.
Between math and
they'll
reading,
have
yeah.
both.
Okay. Can someone remind me, or, how students are referred? Like, maybe that's another place that we can think about if
So I think you're talking about identification.
Right.
So there were a set of common assessments that were identified centrally that were pushed out to schools. So schools were to use those common assessments. For example, at the elementary level, the primary tool was the iReady, and then schools could use additional assessments to then further refine, is this something that's unique to iReady? So they may use marks, they may use a QRI or other assessments. But that primary use of common assessments across the division, and then schools could supplement that with additional assessments that are documented within their ESSER plan to be the basis of identification for Tier 2 and Tier 3. And all of that information was pushed out through some decision rules that were communicated through the Office of School Support.
Okay, and I see, and I'd like to go back, because I'm seeing the numbers, Dr. Presidio, just thinking about that, these are massive numbers of kids, right? So it can't just be the students that we're not able to reach, or the students that aren't showing up, or those are certainly a subset, but there's something here, whether it's the metrics or the practices or something, that I'm wondering, I want us to be a little more reflective on, and I'll leave on the question to Dr. Presidio about the policy piece. If you could elaborate, we are where we are, the money's where it's at right now, so what are you looking to us for in that regard?
On your first question, I guess, I would just say our goal would be to have those charts have 100% of all subgroups meeting standard, right? But we've never had that in our school system. There's not a school system that I'm familiar with in the world that has that, right? So, I mean, this is a human enterprise, and, you know, we're 6 months into pandemic recovery based on this data and this report, right? So it's going to take time to help those students recover. We knew it was going to take time to help them recover, and we've never been at 100%. So we just need to keep that contextual information a little bit in mind when we look at this and figure out what can we do to accelerate learning as much as possible. Our English language learners were one of the subgroups that was hit the hardest. That intersection between poverty and language development, those are the students, some of the students that were hit the hardest, right? Not being in the classroom, not having opportunities to practice your oral language, right? It's going to take time to make up from that. It's not going to be done in 6 months. So I just think having that contextual information in mind is helpful as we look at our data and accountability, public accountability. On the policy piece, my point was just our practices are really important, but you know, we're doing a lot of work from a public accountability standpoint to talk about less than 1% of our annual operating budget, which is a pretty small amount of money to recover huge amounts of learning loss that we saw all over the world, right? We really appreciate these funds and we're grateful to have them, but when they run out, what's going to happen next? And knowing the research and knowing the correlation about pandemic learning loss and poverty, my questions would be, as a country, as a state, what are we going to do to think about investing further in those schools to support students, right? Our Title I schools, what are we going to do to think about further investments after the ESSER funds run out, because we won't have recovered, every single student in this country won't have recovered after 2024, right? There's going to be ongoing needs that those students have. So that's what I'm talking about from a policy standpoint. And then there's other policy things that we know that we need to address as well. Getting the most highly qualified teachers in front of the students that are the neediest, right? Like, what can we do at a policy level to make that happen? What can we do at a policy level at this state to just expedite even getting teachers licensed so that we can be fully staffed? There's other states that are doing things that are innovative, right? I mean, they're doing loan forgiveness for folks that are going into public education in the state of Maryland.
Yeah.
How do we compete with that in Virginia, right? To get the best teachers coming out of, you know, out of college. So those policy things are equally important as we look down the road.
If I could add, Ms. Amish, Dr. Presidio brought up English learners as being a subgroup that we need to support more. Rich Polio is in the room, and his team has been operating with great intensity this year to connect directly with all principals to make sure that our instruction of ELS, so that we get back to what it takes for them to acquire English language, is in place, and to make sure that all teachers see themselves as teachers of ELS who should be incorporating best practices for teaching language learners in their Tier 1 instruction. And his team has been rolling through schools at a great clip and meeting with most principals. I don't know where they are right now, but I want to add that to the discussion that there's certainly a big effort in place to address that group.
It's, Ms. Omesh, your question is a salient one, and I appreciate your push. And, you know, I think it was last week, some of us, we probably all read, it was, Ms. McLaughlin was talking about the article she was referring to. There was an article in the Post last week, right? It was about the science on remote schooling, I think it was, is now, you know, clear, and like, who did it hurt the most? And, you know, I'm conscious of what Dr. Presidio and Ms. Burden was bringing up in terms of the amount of money, dollars, that we're referring to, and the proportionality to what we're dealing with right here. Because I looked at that study a bit, and it talked about the achievement losses for students who learn from home, right? Learn from home, and were far higher, and they were more pronounced, getting to your point, for students in high poverty, mostly remote schools, and widening long-standing racial economic gaps. Now, it talked about the students who learned full-time in schools. This sort of gets to the political side of it, but a person who learned in school full-time for the 2021 school year lost about an average of, I think it was maybe 8 weeks of schooling. But for those who were actually remote, it was almost double, like close to like 19 or 20 weeks. Now you say, why Douglas throw those statistics at us? Because it does make your point, and Dr. Presidio's, is that these were long-standing gaps that we've now added onto, and we're talking about, as Dr. Petrus mentioned, this 1%. It really, and I could understand how this board could be, have the level of concern that is expressed here today, and it's appropriate, because we as staff have got to figure out ways to be more, for lack of a better word, strategic in how and utilizing the skill set of everyone around the table, as well as the new ideas that are coming in from our new superintendent, as to how we are going to target in very specific ways to bridge those gaps that were long-standing well before this pandemic, and that this pandemic, as you so appropriately mentioned, has nothing but augmented those gaps, if I will. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm going to try and hold on to my seat. Mr. Tyson just said longstanding, and I think many of us that are at this table are here because we want to do something about those longstanding numbers far before we ever had a pandemic on our hands. And I hope as the ESSER money dries up, that the increased interest in our community to address these longstanding gaps does not dry up along with it. Because, and this is a question I have for the superintendent, one of the things we keep returning to here is what's happening after ESSER. So I assume, but I'd like to know, you have a plan for us, at least in your head, of coming to the board with what is the path post-ESSER? I don't expect a blueprint
Yes.
right now, but I assume that's something in your mind's eye.
Well, it absolutely is. And I've had, I don't know, the benefit or the fortune of being on the National ESSER Committee for the last couple years, where the discussion has been, what are we going to do? How do we utilize, to Douglas's point, strategically these funds that will not be here forever? I think we can hope for policy revamping. I don't expect this level of influx of funds to be continued, however. So I think we have to think about what are we strategically doing to meet the needs of those students currently furthest from educational justice. And they were the students we identified pre-pandemic. Their situation was exacerbated during the pandemic, and our strategies that we've employed are not making the rapid progress to close those gaps that we would like to see yet. So I think it's clear we need to continue to be thoughtful. We had a great conversation this morning about our Project Momentum work, our graduation rate work, our check-ins on ninth grade status. And I think it's going to come down to, and I don't know that I'll go into tremendous detail today, but this notion of needs-based resource allocation is real. And there are some schools that simply need more because there are some students who simply are further behind. And we cannot give equally to every school or equally contextually in every environment. It's not going to solve the issue. It just isn't. So,
And we don't, just for people that might be alarmed by a sentiment like that, even at its most basic level in the classroom, time is money, and a teacher doesn't allocate their time equally between every single student.
That's
That's what differentiation is all about, and
That's
that's
correct.
equity in action.
That is correct, actually. That's the difference between equity and equality. And the goal here is that we want to make sure, and sometimes, you're right, Mr. Frisch, it's not always money. It could be time. Sometimes, as I get older, is our most precious resource. Having said that, it's also about doing some things differently. We cannot continue to do some of the same things we've done over time and expect our results to be different, right? We just can't. So I know the team, we've got incredible people that are going to be focused on this. I have high hopes for our strategic planning process that's going to get laser clear on our few goals that this division knows if we do well, that raising 20% of our work will elevate 100% of our student experiences. And we just need to get that laser focused. We don't have the latitude or the luxury, we don't have extra time, extra energy, extra funds to not be laser strategic moving forward. And I know the staff is looking forward to that as well, so I appreciate the opportunity to share.
Thank you. Ms. Haruta, I think you mentioned that we've been able to use the resources more focused on our Tier 2 and Tier 3 students this year. Does that mean we will, or at least are hoping to see, increased progress in the next report?
So I'm not sure that we have been able to ascertain that we've used more of the funds for Tier 2 and 3. I think there was an interest last year in using the funds for Tier 2 and 3 as well. I think what I was trying to convey was that the way we're going about it and the fidelity of the implementation should have a bigger impact as we continue to really integrate it under the MTSS system and be able to use it more effectively, as opposed to maybe not, I don't know if it's the amount of money that we're spending, but kind of what we were able to do last year was the foundation for trying to improve on how we're using it this year.
Okay.
And so to answer your bigger question, we should ultimately see a greater impact of those funds for this year if the fidelity of that implementation is not only better, but more consistent from school to school.
One thing that was interesting in looking at the accreditation reports was looking at the numbers by subgroup by school. And you'd find some schools where, you know, the African-American numbers for reading or math would go up 35%, and then you dig a little deeper and it's because it's a very small community in that school. So moving a few kids moved the numbers quickly. So you have to be very careful about what you're looking at, because my immediate reaction was, well, we should be doing that everywhere, and you know, not necessarily possible. My question, part of that leads me to ask, and this is partially because, you know, as I was trying to figure out what was working where, I was looking at those numbers and then going back to the ESSER school-by-school reports to see what they were spending money on, to see what might be driving things. It's not the easiest thing to try and figure out. The data in the next report might be helpful to have a school-by-school breakdown for Tier 2 and Tier 3, and maybe even by subgroup of Tier 2 and Tier 3, so that we are looking a little bit more clearly at who is in these different subgroups. Related question for Mr. Tyson, you talked about regional and departmental coordination. What level of work is being done between regions, not just within regions, to coordinate on best practices that are working, let's say, in Region 1 that might work well in Region 2 or Region 3 and vice versa?
We didn't set Mr. Frisch up to ask that question, as it was a soft one. Thank you. You know, it's been part of the work of the Deputy Superintendent, Dr. Ivey, in terms of working with us throughout the regions for the past at least 3 or 4 years now, in terms of aligning the work that we are doing between regions and across regions. And that has led us to, and specifically to your question in terms of the work that has been presented here. Almost all of it is germane to each region and cross-fertilization. And so we're able to get that type of bang for the buck in terms of effective utilization of resources, and also the other portion of it is just learning from one another. that helps us to be able to better take on our roles. I don't know if Dr. Ivy, you want to weigh in on that as well?
Sure, I would, and I'd also invite Ms. Banick. Is she here? Yeah, you want to come up and... talk a little bit about our planning?
Sure. And I think Mr. Tyson got a good start. Good afternoon, everyone. So we've been very intentional, not just to have this collaboration and alignment across regions, but with our department colleagues. Mr. Presidio, Mr. Greenfelder, Ms. Klemenko, Dr. Boyd have been regular visitors to our RAS-EP meetings, where we're really diving into data together. We are looking and deciding on these expectations for all schools. So some of the examples of that, I think a great example would be our school improvement process, which these plans are the ESSER plans, really deciding on what was going to be tight, what was going to be loose, what that looked like in terms of our PD, which was facilitated not only by region leaders, but in collaboration with many department leaders. We just finished our first cycle of review, progress monitoring of our plans. And so all of the schools, there were tight expectations around what that was to look like, the different ways in which they evaluated their progress on their goals and on their strategies and actions. And again, that was a place where we came together and co-designed the professional learning to support implementation of that new progress monitoring plan. So these are the sort of things that we're engaging in together as a team. We recently, a few weeks ago, had a retreat where we dug into our iReady data. So again, looking at our schools where they are, not just within our own regions, but across regions, and really looking to benchmark off one another. And it really comes down to tight alignment, even around communications. One of our colleagues drafted an email that we will all turn around and use about those quarterly monitoring. So we're just really trying to ensure that we are offering the same expectations and also the same supports, that reciprocal accountability. So the sharing, I think that you're asking about, Mr. Frisch, that kind of comes up organically as we're diving into this work. So hopefully that helps envision some of what it looks like.
So the regions, very much so. The expectation is for much greater alignment across all 5 regions versus the regions working in silos. And the other expectation was for further alignment and work and collaboration with the departments, because in the past, much of those expectations and work had been done separately.
And hopefully that drives closer alignment between the schools.
Yes.
All right. I'll need to go back. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So we've got less than 30 minutes. We've got quite a few people on their first turn. We've got several people who want go-backs. And I think we probably all agree that the second portion of this day cannot be delayed. So I just want to put it out there. If staff can maybe be really succinct and just maybe one person answer, unless it's, necessary, that would be great. Ms. Sizemore-Heiser, followed by Ms. Dernack-Koufax.
All right, I'll try to be quick because I think many of my comments have been addressed by my colleagues, which I really appreciate. But I struggle with this one. I will say I really appreciate the comments around the fact that, this is just really the beginning of our implementation with some of the data that we're looking at. But I look at, and I understand the importance of using our MTSS framework because it is evidence-based best practices, and I understand, the importance of having PD, so we tighten up these for MTSS framework. I think Dr. Anderson brought up, was on my list as well, what the SPED AIR report mentioned about the realities that they saw of the implementation for our MTS framework. So I understand, by using some of these funds to tighten that up, you're hoping for better fidelity of implementation. However, I struggle because I feel like what I'm hearing is putting a lot on the backs of our teachers in the classroom and on the principals in the building. And we are, as it says in, I think it's page 4 or 5 of the findings, we are still a system of schools. And I think, and you, Ms. Lee, we mentioned that really well under the conclusions. The system of schools contributes to the challenges of creating high quality guidance, to the challenges of this framework, contributes to the challenges of data monitoring. So I guess my question is, how do we shore up what we've already done before that had these gaps without putting the work on the backs of teachers who are overworked and overburdened? We talk about hourly funds. Is that to hire new people? Or is that to pay our teachers currently? What is those hourly funds are we using for? Who are the people?
Yeah, so the hourly funds are to compensate for folks who are working beyond the contract day. When we can't hire somebody who, is an FCPS employee, we might hire, for example, a retired teacher to come in and run a tutoring group with students. So, I mean, there's some of that as well, but largely those funds are compensating people who are part of the school system that are working beyond their contract time to support students beyond the contract day. I would say your question is really important. We're trying really hard to minimize the amount of additional things we're asking teachers to do. We've given them the curriculum, right? Like we've completely rewritten the curriculum. It's not just a guide. We've got lessons, we've got assessments, we've got things that are ready to use off the shelf. We're doing the same thing for the intervention programs, right? We're trying to support the recruitment of folks to come in and work in our schools to provide those additional supports to students. We're trying really, really hard to do that because we recognize all of the workload issues and burdens that teachers and administrators are facing in schools. So it's a really important point, and we'll continue to try to minimize it as much as we can.
And I appreciate that, and I know we all are concerned, right, about the workload on our teachers. I know you all see it much closer than I do. I'm just wondering what are we looking at outside partnerships, right? Because what I'm seeing here is really, let's take MTSS and let's implement it with Fidelity in a way that perhaps is better than what we've been doing before. But what are we doing to look at other avenues to provide some of these interventions, whether it's after school, whether it's coming in during the day?
So that's what I was talking about. We're actively soliciting community partners as well as folks that offer paid services that we could contract with. We're actively doing that. It's very hard to find those partners right now. So we are continuing to do that. We do think that we've got a few good leads that will help us really target some supports to some of our neediest schools. So those community partnerships or private partnerships are incredibly important. Anybody who might be listening in the community that would like to partner with us, we would love it. Please contact us. But yeah, we're continuing to work on that.
No, and I know those are hard. I just didn't see any of that in these, in this sort of presentation. I didn't see anything talking about building outside partnerships, and so it seemed like a gap that would have been helpful to have in terms of that knowledge of part of it. I do wonder. I appreciate the PD, and I appreciate the quarterly monitoring, but I would just like to have more information on what data are you looking to monitor? How are we measuring that fidelity of implementation? I mean, there's data on results, but there's also data on implementation, right? And obviously, good implementation should lead to good results, but there's also specifically, so what is the data around how this is being implemented? How is this PD working to ensure that consistency of implementation?
I know we're trying to keep this brief, so let me just respond by saying the professional development, we've invested in that. It's still nowhere where we need to be to see a system-wide impact, right? When we talk about the changes we're asking our teachers to make to move to structured literacy and the science of reading practices, we've trained like 1,000 teachers, which is a lot, and we have thousands more to train, right? So I think it's a little premature to be able to say that we're seeing a huge impact from that yet, particularly given the fact that that training just started happening at the end of last year and now. I do think that those are things that we can partner with ORSI around to try to track and monitor in future reports, but I just don't think we have the data on that yet.
I know my time is up, but that really didn't answer my question. So I appreciate the effort, but I think we can go back.
Do you want to restate it, and I'll try again very quickly?
I'm looking more at the training around MT. I mean, you mentioned the science of literacy. That's a big. That wasn't talking about that. I was talking about specifically. We're talking about shoring up our MTSS framework and the PD for principals and teachers around that. That's what I'm looking for. Some data around the implementation.
So there's one thing that might be helpful that we could use, and Becky, jump in if you'd like. We are requiring an annual self-assessment and reflection that will include information from the schools about where they're at in their practices. That's not something that we've scheduled to have, an accountability report around, but I mean, I do think that that could be useful in looking at some of the system-wide impact of what we've done this year.
Yeah, and the other thing I would add, Ms. Sizemore-Heiser, part of the quarterly monitoring isn't simply because we know that's a best practice, right? You don't write these plans and put them on the shelf. You need to be progress monitoring on a frequent basis. So that's really for the benefit of the schools to make those adjustments, right? To ensure they're making those changes that are needed to improve student learning. But it's also for us as a division to look at that holistically. So know that we're doing that. We're exporting all of their reflections, whether they're adopting the changes that they're making. And that helps us identify where those PD needs continue to be and make sure that we are, allocating our resources accordingly.
Ms. Derenak Kaufax.
I do want to thank everybody here today. I know how frustrating this is. It's frustrating for all of us because these are long-standing gaps. These are things that you mentioned, Douglas, but I do want to say it's not just that the COVID shone a spotlight on these gaps. If you were closed or whether you were open, the gaps still got worse. And I think that's important to note. And so I want to say I agree with, though, my colleagues whose desire to have fidelity of implementation of what is working and what isn't, and I know you're working hard on doing that. But it is imperative that we define what strategies are sustained and what should be enhanced, because as we go into budget season, we need to be able to say that. Some of my colleagues spoke very clearly about what they would like. But is that strategy working, right? Is that extra 30 minutes working, or is there another better way to do this? That's what we need to know and we need to understand. Also, as we revise our strategic plan, the idea of what needs, that needs to be out there. And also, we kind of gloss through the fact that we already do have a needs-based budget, but is it properly allocated right now? Do we need further implementation of funds into those Title I schools, into those schools with high ELL, populations? Because we weren't moving the needle before COVID, and now we're not that we weren't, because we have had successes, but they're not robust successes that we feel. Sloan, you talked about policy. I agree with that. You can guarantee that many of us have been working with our state, local, and national legislators, and we have some success, but we don't have complete success. So also, there continues to be that lack of community understanding, as well as some pointed social media misinformation on how we are using our ESSER dollars. So I would like to have a communication strategy that's a little bit better than we have. I looked on the homepage while we were talking. ESSER is not focused there right now. You have to dig through a little bit. And because we have hundreds of pages of information, I think it's important that as a parent in the system, they need to, and my time's already going to be out, but Dr. Reed, when you do that next community conversation, might I suggest the kind of guiding questions that you had during your community conversations in general? Like, are you familiar with what ESSER dollars are? Start at that basic level, and then ask the question also, the leading question, so you just don't get negative feedback, because what have you or your family found helpful if you are familiar with this? I think that will be, and I will take a go back as well.
Ms. Tolan.
I have a few comments, and I just want to preface, I don't want anyone to think that with the,
I'm saying, does staff have anything to comment on that? I got no comments.
Sorry.
I just kind of push through me there.
I took a bunch of notes. I think those are all good ideas.
Let's have a moment of conversation.
No, I appreciate your comments and suggestions. So yeah, I was definitely taking some notes, and I'll work with Dr. Reed on the community conversation to make sure that we're setting the right tone for that, and that that's a successful event. And so, no, I appreciate it. Thank you.
I just want to preface my comments with, I know we have a lot of work to do, and, we're moving forward, and it's hard work, and, I'm glad we're all in it together. But I do want to point out, I think Ms. McLaughlin said it earlier too, and Ms. Marin made a comment around this too, that we have a great example of really good project management that is happening around working with these ESSER funds. And, I'll just throw out there, 15 years of experience inside the school district too. We have amazing work going on all around the school district, but we don't always cross-collaborate. And I think this is just an incredible example of cross-collaboration, and we're seeing the positive results of it. With the regions working together, Project Momentum, ISD, SPED, ESOL, et cetera, et cetera. It's pretty incredible what we have been able to do in a relatively short period of time, because COVID, I think it's like a time warp. But Mr. Greenfield and I were talking just before this. Think about it. It wasn't that many months ago, the beginning of this school year, where we were all hands on deck just trying to have teachers in every classroom. So a lot of our resource teachers and people in central office, Project Momentum people that are now more focused on this work and more concentrated on it, it really has just been a few months that they've all been able to come to the table to really, really focus efforts on coaching our schools and our staff out in the schools the way they need to be coached. So I'm excited about that, and I do hope that we can use this kind of cross-collaboration. Dr. Reed, you and I have had many conversations about, the need for that in FCPS. I hope we can use it in other areas as well. And the other very exciting thing is this iterative process, which I think we haven't done enough of over the years either. And I think we're seeing results from that too. What's working, what isn't working. Okay, let's make changes, whether it's at the school level, at the central office level, et cetera. So we need to just keep doing that. And I think it's exciting. I was at one of my schools last week, just before Thanksgiving, and they did, instead of Thanksgiving lunch, they did a math day. And they had parents coming in and doing math with their students at all grade levels. And I heard so much positive feedback on ST Math and the work that is doing and how it's helping students. Parents were laughing about their kids, hiding under their, bed covers doing ST Math late into the night because they're loving it, and it's helping them gain so much confidence in mathematics. So that is an example of something we are going to want to continue and figure out how to do that. At tutor.com, I just want to throw out to my colleagues, my Dranesville PTA members are meeting tomorrow, and we have a representative from tutor.com coming to the meeting. So please check in with Wendy if you want information on how we did that. He's coming to give a demonstration to the PTA leaders on tutor.com, how it works, and how they can help us get the word out on it. So just a thought there. One question I do have, and we have heard this from some of our constituents, it's am I out of time already? Oh, okay, sorry. I'm just going.
Okay.
Sure.
Thank you. I'll try to be quick too. I was chuckling about the kids loving ST Math, and I was like, maybe my kids need a play date with those kids so that could rub off, because that is not our experience. But anyway, but it. No, thank you for all of this. I appreciate Ms. Somesh kind of highlighting what you did, because after I read everything too, that was kind of what popped up for me too as like the pressing issue, and I know it is for all of us. And just, looking at that growth, I know schedules were brought up, availability of those students. I wonder, are there other things that we need to take into consideration? Are there higher mental health needs? Are there, whatever it is, and if so, how are we kind of adapting what we are doing so that we can see some more growth in those students? Because those gaps they are crushing for these kids. So something, I feel like we need something more there. So that is so that's that. Can you talk a little bit, my one question, about the alternate planning and pacing guides? Can you talk to us a little bit about that?
Well, that was really where I was talking about. We revised our curriculum, our Tier
Yes.
1 curriculum, to make sure that we were addressing the essential standards in each grade level with sufficiency based on data that we had from the prior year where we saw learning gaps and needs for students, right? So like we revised that again to be responsive to what we were seeing in our student data.
No, I know that, but is that being used with, like, is that for everybody? I mean, so it is for everybody?
Yes.
Okay, and that still continues?
Yes.
Okay. Okay. I do have questions about that in terms of where is that going and what have we left out, but I don't know if anybody can talk to that or what the plans are. Anyway, okay, we don't have time, but I'm going to loop back on that, maybe with my own Raz. I see there's a whole conversation going, so. Can we all be on the same page, please?
Absolutely.
That would be great. Okay, going on go backs, I'm going to go down the list. We have a minute. We have 10 minutes total, and then we're going to have to make a decision on what to do. Ms. Marin, if you don't want it, please say no. Who was next? Ms. Cohen?
I'll take Melanie's too, just kidding. I think, one thing, the schedule piece of it to me is really important. We've had this conversation before we went to West Springfield High School, that they've somehow been able to incorporate in their master schedule, going back and reteaching mastery of concepts. So is that a model that we can scale to other schools? It's funny, the parents that I have that are there have no idea that that is unique to that school, and will reference it with other schools, and I'm like, no, West Springfield's the only one that does that. So I would really encourage that.
Well, that's really the standards-based grading work or mastery-based learning, as they're calling it there. So that's part of the work that we're doing with the High School Principals Association this year to try to, get more consistency and clarity around grading practices.
Well, and I think that's important too, to loop back for us, is how are those things tied into this, right? That's what we're learning. Then how does that change, as we just said? Staffing formula to me is a big question that I have going forward. We've talked about the monitors, the intervention specialists. How are we we have not changed triple T. I don't know, someone tell me the last time that we agreed, allowing teachers to do, principals to do trades, but also codifying what is a absolute has to have, instead of, and maybe it's different for every school, but what does this school have to have?
Sorry.
I know, but my time kept going while I was paused. All right.
Oh, did it? Okay.
It's fine. Laura's doing the best she can. Don't say sorry. Sorry, I shouldn't have said that. Thank you. You're doing a beautiful job.
Anybody want to answer or comment?
No, I mean, in the interest of time, I would say I can work with Ms. Cohen offline.
Okay, great. Dr. Anderson?
Yes, very quickly. I want to lean into something that you shared earlier, which is policy, which is our bailiwick. We can't control what happens federally. We can't control what happens state, but we can certainly control what happens here. And I really want to reiterate what you said in terms of our neediest students need our best in front of them. And right now, we do not have that. Title I schools continuously have the highest rates of turnovers for a lot of reasons. We continuously have brand new teachers in those schools who are learning their craft, and as soon as they learn it, they go. How many times, Dr. Zuluaga, have you told me you're at step 1 of PD for our Title I schools? Because they don't stay. What commitments can we make in terms of our policy to do that differently? Should that be the schools that we staff first? Should there be additional compensation for our Title I teachers, which I've brought up before? We control that part of the policy, so we can make some local decisions in terms of how we put the best teachers in front of our neediest kids.
So just real quickly, I would say thank you for those comments, and Dr. Reed has really, in fact, earlier this morning in our leadership team meeting, we had this very discussion, and she's charged us with really doing some research to bring back some recommendations to some staffing changes that we can make. So for a future conversation soon.
Okay, Ms. Keys-Gamarra.
My goodness, people can't hear me. Okay. Give me my time back. Give me my 10 seconds back. Okay. Amen. Okay. I really want to challenge, along with looking at the policy, I'd like for us to perhaps think about legislatively, and I think someone mentioned that, what we can do to focus and make, help our folks in the legislature understand what our real problems are, right? That's the real problem that Dr. Anderson mentioned, and other things in terms of teacher, how we're hiring and having to compete within this region. Do we need to kind of take some time as a board to identify legislatively what we need to be announcing to our legislators and the folks at the state level? I would also like, I'd like something for us to talk a little bit about, in that summary, what can we say to parents? What can we say to them to say, this is, not only is this what we're doing, but this is how you can participate and help? I had a couple more things, but I can't do it in 2 seconds. Thank you.
McLaughlin.
Yes, to everybody, I would say in the 116-page ORC report to Dr. Reed, I would like for your team to consider that we get a little deeper in the findings. There's a lot of very serious findings, pages 1 and 2, and I know that it ends up having some recommendations, but I want more specifics too. If this is the finding, then what? I think there needs to be that specificity. I would also ask in the future, because I think this is a great model, but the findings need to be numbered. I need to be able to say finding number blah, 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 because there's like 7 or 8 academic findings and then wellness findings. And so numbering it would just really facilitate that effort. And then, I guess the only other thing I would add in my 1 second is I would like, Dr. Reed, for, again, your team to be telling us what are the strategic steps, because this is a incredible volume of information, but I don't think it's going to help, to Ms. Derenak-Kofak's point, how the community and even the board understands what we're strategically doing from this. And I want to spotlight and shine what it is you want to do.
Thank you. Ms. Omesh, followed by Mr. Frisch.
Okay, gotta be quick. On the tutor.com piece, it's obvious from our conversation that a video tutorial in multiple languages would be useful. I think that's a clear action item from today. And I would say we should probably have that on the main page of our website. We have all these features and nice things. We should say, academic support, tutor.com. Click this video to see how to get it. Very straightforward. I think that's a great way to capture more than 3,000 kids in the system.
We do
Yeah.
have that.
I checked.
Well,
I don't see it.
I don't have the website up in front of me, but I'm making eye contact with our tutor.com liaison.
On the homepage, I don't see it.
We can figure out a way to make it
Okay.
more prominent.
Sure, and the tutorial is clearly necessary in multiple languages, so I hope that that can be done after today. Thank you. Okay. The other piece is just on the public outreach for ESSER. People don't even know what ESSER is, and for us to send things like ESSER public hearing, useless. I think, and honestly, I don't think hearings are even useful for things like that the public just doesn't understand. So I would want to ask, in advance of the community conversation, maybe we can send an email or something and saying that the academic recovery plan or this academic supports over this year, we want to hear your feedback. That seems to, be more likely to get something. And I think we just have to accept that the data we're getting from that survey is just not representative. It's just a fact, it's a factoid rather than a full picture. That's my time. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Frisch.
Thank you. Just taking a step off of Ms. Omesh's remarks, none of the data we collect is representative, period, ever. So it's food for thought, for sure. And sometimes it's a giant meal. Sometimes it's a snack. I'm very hungry. On the tutoring front, in the beginning of the presentation, we were told that there was work being done to look at potential vendors and such. Can you go into a little bit more detail about the one-on-one work that might be coming, what a timeline might be, et cetera?
Let me see if I can get you, I'll get something to the board, kind of a written update, but for right now, what I would say is there's a couple different companies that we have been in contact with that hold out some promise. We're also doing some outreach work, trying to bring in university students to support in-person tutoring, as well as some outreach to retired teachers who maybe don't want to come in and sub for 30 kids for a full day, but might want to come in and work with 1 or 2 kids for a couple hours. So we're trying to really build a cadre of in-person tutors that we can deploy to the neediest schools. But we'll get you a brief written update on that very soon.
All right. That's it for me. Thanks.
Okay, it is 1 o'clock. Ms. Sizemore Heiser, followed by Ms. Dernak Kofax, if you have.
Briefly, the ORC report on pages 5 and 6 has several recommendations, conclusions, has great amount of findings, but has several recommendations. And it would have just been helpful, and maybe this can come in a written form, to have what you're telling us here matched to those recommendations. So for example, one that really struck out as me is a lean version of MTSS framework around a data-driven and student-focused systemic processes providing supports and interventions to students. So when I read that, I interpret that to say, we're not quite there with our full fidelity of implementation of MTSS. We need a lean version that people can really lean into now, one somewhere here says for the school year 22-23, that is focused on student success. So I would love to see the presentation matched to those bullet points to help us really understand, and the public understand, what are we doing these recommendations? And my time is up, so thank you.
So I apologize for any confusion on that. We actually wrote a management response to address each of the ORC recommendations. It is included in the report, and there was a slide in response to each of those findings that we presented in the November 3rd board session. Because we had already presented that, I didn't repackage that for today's purpose. I thought if there were questions, we could pull that document up and talk about it. So board members, definitely take a look at that, and if you have further questions about how we responded to those particular recommendations, I'm happy to follow up with anybody individually offline, because I probably should have repackaged them for today's purposes, but I didn't. But it's there.
I don't think that presentation's there. It's not there on November 3rd, so that's why.
I sent it in to be posted. I believe that it's there. I'm getting confirmation that it is there, so.
Well, we'll get it. We'll get it to
double
us.
check to make sure it
Yeah.
gets there.
The bottom line is this: we responded to each of the recommendations. I'll meet with anybody who has questions, who wants to go over them. I'd be very happy to do that, so.
Yes. To Mr. Kraft, Mr. Tyson, we talked about the need for greater alignment, yet the differences between our regions are great, and we talked about the need to relook at staffing formulas. Can you provide us any anecdotal updates where you feel like you're currently, because you say you're communicating now between regions, can you talk to us about anything where you're seeing where we need more alignment, but also where you are communicating with each other? Like Jesse, you might say to Douglas, it's really different in my region because, and I think that's going to be important for us, but can you give us any examples where you have found that right now as to these funds are working here for this way or they're not, and how could we utilize, like in our region, we could utilize it better this way?
Go ahead, Jess.
Ms. Derrick, I don't know if I'm necessarily answering this specific question. I will give you an example of staffing, cross-region collaboration, and trying to get to a better place. Just yesterday in the EP meeting, which is all the executive principals, we brainstormed with Jay Nako and his department about the development of Think Like Great Beginnings, new teacher induction program, next version, specifically to support teacher residents and newer teachers and prepare for the new reality of what it takes to support teachers. And in that type of meeting, it's everybody coming together to share what's working. Right now, in schools where there's a lot of teacher residents, in-house, they're creating support structures for those folks, but you can't keep doing that in silos. So that's just a timely example of what can we do to systematize like the way we support them. And I think we're going to have like an all systems go approach to that in time.
You know, Ms. Dearnette, COFAX is a very good question that you asked. It's a process, and it's in process. It's by no means perfect, and I think we all appreciate that in here. You know, one example that I think is salient that comes up is how, when I look over here at Dr. Boyd, each one of the regions, and specifically at the pyramid levels, have, because of our concerns with our special ed populations, has had Dr. Boyd to come out and to speak with us, and actually more so to hear from our principals as to what our issues are, which in Region 3 is decidedly different than what is in Region 1, which is getting to your point. And then how can we work effectively with Dr. Boyd and her team to provide the resources that we need in each one of those pyramids, forgetting regions, but each one of those pyramids to try to hit the points there. That, I think, is something that has been quite useful and quite helpful, at least from my perspective of being in the room and listening to Dr. Boyd, listen to the principals, and then to be able to provide that level of feedback back. And then to getting to some of the points that Dr. Anderson was talking about earlier, how do we move resources around in an agile manner in a huge system like this, which we all know is a problem, to be able to attack the problems that we have. So I think that that's certainly an example. We can think of many frustrations where we still have challenges, if you will, or to use the term of our new superintendent, we have many opportunities. Thank you.
Well, no, I appreciate that because you are our on-ground experts. You are the ones deciphering this information, filtering it out. And as you see, because as we said, we see this light highlighted on on our opportunities before us, we will be relying on you as we move forward. So thank you for that information. And I might just have some offline conversations with both of you because I think it's important follow-up for me to understand better. Thank
And
you.
we appreciate your question. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, everyone. Ms. Toll and I are going to skip our go-backs because without objection from the board, we feel very strongly we have to start right at 1:30 with our ACSD report, who have been asked to be uber flexible and accommodating for us. So with that, I guess we'll take a short 22-minute break. Thank you. Thanks for being here.
Why don't we go ahead and get started? ACSD has waited long enough for this to happen, so we won't make you wait one more second. We're so grateful today to get to have Mr. Harry Henderson, our ACSD chair, and who was chair also last year, but chair this year as well. I was going to try to give Dr. Anderson another shout out, but she's not out here. So, and Mr. Mike Bloom from DSS. So, Mr. Henderson, I will let you take it away with your presentation.
Thank you very much. Appreciate that. Appreciate you, ladies and gentlemen, having us here today and to make this presentation. And while we have waited a bit to do this, I think it's apropos that today is the 47th anniversary of the Americans with Disabilities Act, and that today we're able to present here today our annual report for ACSD. I'd like to take a moment, if I can, just to thank the tremendous members of our committee that give tirelessly. These are all volunteers. They do tremendous work. They come with a lot of strong opinions about the direction of special education, but they each come with a level of service that is interested in what's best for the children in our community. I'd also like to make sure that I recognize the incredible work of our executive committee that have done tremendous work over the last 2 years, specifically Elizabeth Zielinski, who I know is listening at home, who's our vice chair. I can tell you that last year's correspondence secretary, Laura McLaughlin, who member Marion, I can tell you that she really was and has been a tremendous asset to our committee. And I'm still not entirely happy with SEPTA for having her become vice chair and taking her away from us this year. Brandis Ruiz, who's our current correspondence secretary, who is absolutely terrific. And Ali Baldassari, who is our recording secretary, who is just absolutely a fantastic individual. Also, would be very remiss if I didn't mention the great work that our DSS staff does. Dr. Boyd, numerous others over at DSS, but most particularly my good friend Mike Bloom, who has been a tremendous help to me. I cannot tell you the number of times I've either texted or called or emailed in a frantic need, often on weekends. And Mike responds quickly and certainly makes sure that I get the information that I need to be able to do the job that is necessary for us. And certainly our school board liaison, Laura Jane Cohen, who has been a tremendous support to us on a variety of issues, as well as me personally, and I appreciate that. And last but certainly not least, I'd like to make sure I recognize my appointing member, Dr. Anderson, who I believe 3 years ago, when I showed up at a coffee house, I was expecting to be told, yeah, I have someone else in mind for this position. And instead she said, no, you're my person, and really happy to have you onto this. And she and I have remained close and remained friendly throughout this. And I'm certainly grateful for her trust through that. We are the Advisory Committee for Students with Disabilities. We are not an adversarial committee. We're an advisory committee. And we like to make sure that we distinguish that. We are a partner in this process. And sometimes partners can be blunt and direct with each other into it, but we certainly are partners in this particular effort. We are the Special Education Advisory Committee for Fairfax County Public Schools, and we are mandated by the state to provide advice and reporting to the Fairfax County Public Schools on the policy and provision of special education in Fairfax County. We take that responsibility very seriously, and our report, while a bit lengthy, is certainly, I think, a product of that seriousness that we see with the report that we have put together in the role that we have. Our report really, I believe, focuses in on 2 or 3 items that I think are important. The first is that we focused on trying to make some internal changes to our operations within the committee itself. Specifically, we tried our best to respect our members' times that are involved into it. I've been on the committee for a while. I was appointed originally by board member Sandy Evans, and so I can recall the committee meetings as a very green member that board member Sizemore Heisner sat beside me and kept saying to me, yeah, this is sort of how it goes here onto it, but they would last well into the evening at times, sometimes well beyond 10 o'clock. And for those of us that have special needs children, that's a little difficult for us to be able to kind of provide that amount of time. So we wanted to make sure we respected members' times. We wanted to make sure that our committee meetings were held in a time frame that was respectful of that particular effort. Our meetings start at 7 and end at 9, and I do my absolute darndest to make sure that that occurs and that we stick to those time schedules that are involved with it. We also wanted to make sure that it was not the same voices in the room that were, and the loudest voices in the room that were being heard. As a result of that, we tried our best to allow for our members throughout the committee to be heard, even if they did not know a question at the particular time of the meeting. We instituted a program called Questions for the Record. It was a tremendous program that we put together that allowed for members to submit questions to speakers and presenters to get information provided after the fact. And I can tell you that we had questions submitted by, and I say this, we have 34 members of our committee, and we, at count, I believe, had 26 or 27 members that submitted a question for during the last year. So we were doing our best to make sure everyone at the table was heard and had a voice heard for it. We also sought to push decision-making down into our subcommittee levels. We do our best on that front to ensure that our subcommittees are more engaged and more involved than they have been in the past. And this has allowed for, again, more rank and file membership to become engaged and involved in the process. And we're very pleased with that fact that we're able then to get a stronger product that comes out of it. Our report to you recognizes a significant number of issues that we tackled over the last year, from SR&R, restraint and seclusion, issues of professional development, and so forth. We have provided significant input on each one of these areas, and you probably have seen more reports from us in the last year than perhaps some of you cared to, but it was certainly something we wanted to make sure that you heard our voice on these particular subjects. There are 2 to 3 areas that I think you will notice in our report that kind of fall into general areas of discussion that we had. Improved communication was one that we see as a significant challenge, and has been a challenge that we continue to work through. We are making progress to that end, and I want to make sure that I highlight that it is progress that is being made. But there were often issues that ended up being more of a challenge that many of you, I'm sure, heard from your members of that were appointees on our committee that frankly could have been resolved if better communication had occurred with the committee. Again, our members take very seriously the issue of advice on these particular subjects. And when our members feel as though their voice was not being considered, they have a tendency to know exactly how to reach out and touch individuals that are in decision-making authority. And I think that it's important for us to have a better and stronger relationship to that end. I know that Mike and I have sat down and we continue to try and find ways to improve upon this. I know Mike comes to our executive committee meetings with a list of programs and projects. We would certainly like to see our voice heard earlier in the process than what has been the case, and I think nothing is a better indication of that than the IEP proposed changes. If we had been brought in sooner in that process, I think we could have helped make a stronger product ultimately in the end, and I think that's something that we've made clear, but I believe it's something that we continue to need to see improvement on. Second area is on issues of staffing and staffing challenges. I don't think there's any easy way of putting this than to say that with special needs children, particularly at our public day sites, the challenges that come along with finding expert staff in those locations is critical. I've shared this with a number of individuals. While U.S. News and World Reports may say that Thomas Jefferson High School is the best high school in the nation, the crown jewels of Fairfax County are Key Center and Kilmer Center, bar none. They are the absolute superb programs that our public schools have. And one of the reasons is because no one else has a program like that. I can tell you that members of the military routinely try to come to Fairfax County Public Schools just on the off chance that they might be able to get a child into Key Center, Kilmer Center, Burke, Quandah Road, and others. And I think that it's important for us to understand that if we're going to have that level of competency and that level of advantage, we have to make sure that our public day sites are staffed with the best and brightest and strongest possible individuals. At Key Center, I can tell you that, and I have firsthand knowledge. I have a daughter at Key Center, so I fully recognize that aspect of this as being more personal to me. But at Key Center last year, they had more cases of teachers that ended up at the hospital than in any other year that they've had to date. When it's a coin flip, whether you're going to end up back home or at the hospital, you're going to have trouble retaining staff. And you're going to have trouble making sure that staff are engaged and involved. When you have teachers that are paid essentially the same wage as a teacher teaching math at Holmes Middle School, that is dealing with between, I believe, we were told at one point, one classroom had 71 different standards that they were having to teach to. It's no shock that you're going to have trouble at some point retaining tremendous talent at those particular institutions. We remain deeply concerned on this subject, and we're very pleased that the board provided a charge for us this year and a focus on it. We have already heard from all 5 of our public day sites, and we will continue to work with them on these particular areas to ensure that our staffing needs are properly addressed. We don't need our schools, particularly our public day sites, left into a decision of, is it better to have a body or no body to a classroom? And that is something that I think that we at ACSD remain particularly concerned about and is an area that we're going to be focused on over the coming year. And I will tell you, last, feels like 8 months ago, I think it was about that time, Mike, that we had the conversation with Dr. Boyd where we said if we could get the issues correct at our public day sites, then the remainder portion of special education staffing could probably fall into place a lot easier once that step was ultimately accomplished. The third area is, of course, funding. Issues of funding remain a significant challenge, particularly at our special education classroom sites and the like. When you're dealing with continued challenges associated with professional development, issues of advancement, things of this nature, you're going to have equipment needs that are going to create challenges and issues. I think when Member Cohen and I visited Key Center, they had, I think they said they lost count at 15 adaptive tricycles that they had for students there. Yet when we were at Kilmer Center, they had 2. And so when we talk about equitable nature in Fairfax County, we have to make sure that we understand that simply because one school is more enterprising in how they're able to go about seeking funding, we need to make sure that our other public day sites and our other special education classrooms are on equal footing with this. Our report and our recommendations are outlined for you. We have a significant number of recommendations. I want to thank DSS for getting back to us with recommendations. I think Dr. Reed probably has heard me on more than a few occasions explain how important it is that we got those recommendations back in a timely fashion, and I have a feeling that may have gotten back down to DSS in terms of timeframes to respond back, but we certainly appreciate the fact that we have gotten back our responses from DSS on our recommendation. We continue to be focused and laser focused on issues of special education, and our committee, as we move out of COVID, we continue to look at ways to improve the relationships that we have and how we're able to continue to function. Our meetings are getting, it used to be Mike and I and one other person in a room with a screen full of pictures and names on them. Now we have about a half a dozen pictures and names on a computer screen, and most of our members back in public. But I can tell you that we have had no absences, I believe, or very few absences this year for our committee, and we're seeing a lot of more involvement to what we're trying to accomplish. As we look forward into it, IEP changes become our particular issue and a particular challenge that we continue to see. I really want to thank this board for the commitment they made with regards to the AIR report and the special education plan. There is a tremendous amount of information there, and it is an area that we recognize is going to require a significant amount of input from our committee and a significant amount of work to that end. Dr. Boyd and I have already had a number of conversations on that subject and continue to try and find ways to make sure that we're able to communicate effectively to that end. But I can tell you that we see a lot of work ahead of us to make sure that we can effectively answer those recommendations. Those recommendations, by the way, are important, but they're not surprising to those of us that have special education children. Issues of burnout amongst special education educators, issues of professional development, issues of parental input into the process. Something like 70% of all IEPs that were sampled had zero parental input within them is frankly shocking. We continue to be concerned at the level of equitable nature associated with IEP and triennial reviews. I recently went through a triennial review, and I think I called Mike afterwards and I said, if this had been held in France or Spain with my daughter and been done in a language that was not directly known to me, I would have been completely lost because of the level of technical knowledge associated with it. And it's an area that we need to find greater involvement into. I've gone on now for about 20 minutes, and so I normally don't like to talk a whole lot during my meetings, and so I will turn it back over to you all. I'm sure you have questions for us.
Thank you. And I do just want to highlight, I believe maybe the stat, again, I know this has been rescheduled several times, but I don't know if the staff response to the report, is it in board docs with, I didn't see it with the, okay, probably if you all don't mind, if we can throw that in there, because I think that might be helpful for some of my colleagues to get to read the response as you. Say again? It might be under the May 11th, which was the initial. All right, I've got a couple of folks with their placards up. and hopefully we'll have time for everybody to get some go-backs as well. I see Dr. Anderson first, then followed by Ms. Omesh.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Harry, for this information. And thank you also for outlining some of the structural changes that you've made within the organization to make the meetings more efficient and to really honor the time that we know that the committee members really don't have to give, but they choose to give anyway. So I appreciate that. Just very quickly, going through some of the recommendations, and there's a couple, I'd like to ask some questions regarding what is on page 9, the public comment. Now, you're referring to the second recommendation that says continue to accept video, audio, and written public comments. You're referring to the public meetings that the board holds, or these ACSD meetings, or is it all of the above?
I believe it's all of the above. Our membership, we have a couple of concerns, and I know that my vice chair is at home, Liz Zielinski. This is particular of interest to her on this particular subject. We want to make sure that we are respectful of the challenges that often individuals with disabilities have when they're trying to make public comment. The timeframes associated with public comment, the issues of stress that can go along with making a public comment in person, issues associated with language and other assistance that come along with those subjects, trying to make sure that you have the proper amount of timeframes for advance notice to provide the assistance that is necessary, often can create barriers to receiving public input on particular subjects, and particularly from those individuals with disabilities. And so for us within the committee, we make sure that we continue to accept both written, in-person, audio, video, whatever the case may be. We provide that at our committee, and we would encourage that at the board level as well.
Thank you, because I do know definitely video is something that is available, and of course, the written comments can always be provided. I'm not sure if we just do audio, and we have recently, at the request, I believe it's Ms. Omesh, recently started to recognize those who are speaking in their native language and not having the translation be part of their 2 minutes. So thank you for that. On page 10, you also have 2 recommendations that I have a question about, and I'm not sure if this is for you or Dr. Boyd. The first recommendation, translation of all eligibility and testing materials to the native language. Do we not already have that, or is it we have it with some documents and you're asking for some additional documents? And if so, which documents is this not yet available for?
My understanding is that it is in some documents, if I'm correct, Mike, on that.
Oh, I'm so sorry, Dr. Boyd, not you. Mr. Bloom is here.
Well, we can tag team, so if Dr. Boyd would like to add any, that's okay. But yes, the IEP documents are translated, but I think what this recommendation really cuts to the core of is the complete IEP documents. Once the IEP team has had an opportunity to meet, and all of the information that's included as part of the discussion within the IEP meetings, that parents have an opportunity to receive those documents translated into their primary language. So we have the shell of the documents that are translated into multiple languages, but not the input.
How would that happen, Dr. Boyd? Would it just be someone sitting down and translating it? Because I know it's typed in. Do we have technology to just automatically make that happen yet?
So a couple of things. So as Mr. Bloom indicated, there is the ability to have the IEP translated or to have interpreters present at IEP meetings to assist in ensuring that the family can access the information. But I think what this request is about making sure that all documents, whether we're talking about local screenings, whether we're talking about eligibilities, manifestation determinations, whatever it might be, that those respective reports are translated into the family's home language so that they can digest that information and be full contributors to the process. And so we are looking to do that information. We've been really relying heavily upon interpreters, having that verbal piece, but again, realizing that that's not the level of equality that we want to have. We, just as we all want to be able to read and unpack and digest as opposed to just having that information auditorily. So what we are looking at is to see what supports can be embedded in C-STAR so that there's that language translation within the system for those various documents. That is something that we're exploring right now and costing that out to see what it will be. We don't want to just copy and paste into Google because, again, as someone said earlier, the language is technical, and we don't want to run the risk of providing inaccurate translations inadvertently. So that is work in progress. But just, for right now, there's a more heavy reliance upon interpreters while we build up our capacity with translation.
Okay, I think that would be a great tool to have, especially as we want to have all of our parents participate in these processes.
And it also provides for public input, or for the parental input, to a greater level for them to have a greater understanding of it.
Absolutely. I want to ask some questions regarding the recommendation, one of the recommendations on page 11, the data about representation and non-academic and extracurricular activities. Even though I think I know where we're heading with that, can you just outlay that? What is the goal here and purpose?
So years ago, a really wise member of our committee used to sit, again, member that used to sit beside me during these meetings, and talked about the idea of including in IEPs the idea of having things like band and playing of issues of drama, issues of clubs, and different things like that were involved and engaged in these particular projects. We would like to be able to see better data management associated with this to determine the level of involvement and engagement into these particular areas. We believe it impacts issues of inclusion, and to test and to challenge the issue of are schools and pyramids truly inclusive in these particular efforts. It's a challenge, and we get that. And we understand that, it's extra work and it's extra involvement. One of my individuals that is in my daughter has a condition called Williams syndrome, and one of the folks in our association, her daughter tried out for cheerleading in a Maryland community, and it was tryouts for it, and there was a lot of concern of, oh God, is she going to not make the team? What will she do with that kind of rejection? How will she handle these kinds of challenges associated with it? And the coaching staff came and said, I tell you what, we're going to accept her. We're going to let her go through the process. We're going to accept her as a member of the team onto it, and to see how we can better include her in the process and ultimately make our program a better program and more reflective of the individuals that are here. We need to be able to find out from, frankly, a true data perspective what that level of participation is. Friends can tell friends tough messages into this. Fairfax County has not been very good with data management when it comes to issues associated with individuals' disabilities.
And I think that was my next question. How and when do we even capture data of extracurricular activities? Do we capture any demographics?
So certainly I can reach out to Mark Greenfelder's office, as his department really provides leadership for sports and activities, and so they may have that. Speaking respective to the special education component and kind of piggybacking off of Mr. Henderson's story that he shared, one of the things that we are doing, and is referenced on that litany of things that we shared at the AIR report, is that LRE data collection tool. And I pulled it up in front of me, and there's a lot of things. Again, this information is not new. The regs have not changed, but we know sometimes it's gibberish to folks, right? And nobody many people don't spend a night just reading the regs. So one of the things that's one of the questions that IEP teams are supposed to consider when they're talking about students with disabilities at those IEP meetings are what supplementary aids and services might a student need to participate in non-academic settings, meals, recess, extracurricular activities, et cetera. And so that's a part of the process. We oftentimes focus heavily upon reading, writing, arithmetic, social studies, science, that type of thing. But part of that IEP too is also to say, if Michelle wants to play, we know I'm going to use basketball, and I may have an IEP, what supports accommodations do I need to access that process, whether it be tryouts, whether it be traveling with the team, all of those types of things. So we do have some supports and things to kind of help folks to scaffold through that process, because that's something that in many places is overshadowed by the academic functions.
If I can, to talk about the data collection piece and all of this, though. In our questions for the record, we had a lot of items, and I think, Mike, you can confirm this onto it. We had a lot of questions that would come back to us and say, we just don't have a standard collection point for that piece of information. And it's going to take a significant amount of time more for us to be able to get that level of information. And I think that part of what our recommendation is to beef up that aspect of the data collection role in this. And as Dr. Boyd correctly pointed out, this is a key component of the AIR report, and it's an area that we certainly recommend that is seen as an area to beef up.
Thank you. My next question is on page 13 of the report, recommendations 1 and 2 on that. What's that? Sorry. Oh, recommendations 1 and 2, talking about equal access to lessons and also basal resources. Is this not taking place right now? Do our teachers not have this information, Dr. Boyd?
I should have came over to that table, huh? I'll move my laptop.
Or Mr. Blue, I'm so sorry, I'm doing it again.
I can be a chatty Cathy. I was trying to be quiet today. So one of the things you won't hear me say always, never, across the board. We found that there are differences in a number of things. And so I think what some folks are saying is a special education teacher, Bloom, if he's an English teacher, he may not have the teacher editions of whatever it might be, et cetera, et cetera.
Okay.
And wanting to make sure that if Mr. Bloom has responsibility for teaching Algebra 1, US and VA history, et cetera, that he has the same instructional materials that his general education counterparts have, who are tasked with that same responsibility. So that is something that we are looking at and will follow up on.
So this is another space for us to be more consistent about providing, okay. I guess it would be the same thing on page 14, the bottom recommendation, teachers having ready-to-go lessons. We just heard from Dr. Presidio earlier that all of these materials were already provided and done for all teachers, I would imagine, but what I'm hearing from you is that is not necessarily the case. Do you have any way of quantifying this in terms of the number of teachers who do not have these lessons? Because if this came out of your committee, I'm sure it was based on some data.
Short answer is I would need to get back to my subcommittee that wrote this particular recommendation and get back to you on that.
I would love to have that information. Thank you. Oh, was that my time? Okay.
It
I'd
is,
like to go
Dr.
back if possible. Thank you.
Absolutely. Ms. Omesh, followed by Ms. McLaughlin.
Thank you, and thank you to our ACSD team. I know we've pushed you guys, but I hope that's not reflective of how important this really is and how much we value all that you've put in the many, many recommendations that you've outlined. I do want to tackle the first piece. Dr. Anderson mentioned this, but in terms of accessibility, at least in what the school board can directly control in our meetings, I would have looked to the PEC chair, but she's not here at the moment. But, Ms. Sizemore-Heiser, I think this is an easy thing to just translate in making sure that, could be an agenda item, could be a topic of consideration, and even the low-hanging fruit, and then in terms of time, accommodation, and whatnot, that has to be a larger PEC conversation. But
I'm confused what you're asking.
one of the recommendations is on accommodation, and so specifically looking at our public meetings as a just kind of taking a look at how we can be more accommodating of folks who want to speak through devices, et cetera, et cetera. Obviously, we've provided some, but there's more to explore.
And I would just add to that my vice chair, and excuse me for using the word "my" sometimes with this committee. I'm very protective of the committee, and I'm very I've been with the committee for a very long time. But my vice chair, Elizabeth Solinsky, this is a very big topic for her, and so I would recommend that you speak with her directly on this subject because she has this is a particular passion of hers.
Do you know what you may have identified as the main blockers to that?
So there are many students as well as adults who may use assistive technology devices to be able to communicate. And by the very nature of their communication challenges, they may need more than 2 minutes to be able to utilize a device effectively to be able to communicate. And I think right now, some of the standard protocols around public comment and the way that individuals can express themselves might limit to certain individuals their ability to communicate effectively. I think that's one of the major areas of concern.
There's also a concern to ensure that if an individual shows up at a board meeting and wishes to speak on a subject, that we recognize that there are challenges that come along with being accommodating for that individual that's involved that wishes to make that public comment, but that can also be an impediment for that individual to make that public comment at the appropriate time. And so I know that this topic and others, there's no easy answer because there's time and accommodations it's sometimes very difficult to have everything available to you that could potentially be used towards it. But we're simply asking to be more flexible in terms of timing to start with, and then beyond that to move forward with with accommodations that would be there.
Yeah, go ahead.
I know you addressed that to me. I think this started with PEC with some of the change we did, so it'd be a good topic for PEC. But really, if it's an accommodation, that's usually individualized.
Exactly.
Right,
yeah.
and so it would be the person who needs the accommodation to reach out to work with our staff, and we would absolutely work with them to provide the accommodation. And if that's extended time, that's right? But I think it would be difficult to have processes that are, because it's really individual for what that person needs as their accommodation, right? So I think if we have a statement, and we have a statement already in our public comment that accommodations will be provided, right? So
Yeah.
that's the difficult part of saying, we absolutely need by 3 minutes if you need accommodations, because someone may need 5, someone may need 30, I don't know. But we do provide individual accommodations that's in our public comment. It's just a matter of working with each individual person to see what they need and then providing that.
Yeah, I don't know that I'd want the burden to be on the person. I think maybe there's a way to think about this in advance. I don't know, Ms. Madeja, if you have any comments on how we've handled this already, maybe that will shed light.
We did have someone that requested sign language and the ATS also, and we did provide those interpreters at the meeting and extended time for those folks and that is part of the registration form. And then I do work with them once I receive that and I see it to see what they need, and then we work with the appropriate staff to make sure that they are at the meeting.
Okay, yeah, I was just about to ask about the form, so that's good to hear. However, we can do it in a way that's non-stigmatizing. I guess a conversation would be useful just to hear where the gaps are, because it sounds like it remains a recommendation, while there's a
And again, I
process.
would just simply recommend that you speak with Liz Zielinski who's the vice chair of the committee. Yeah.
That's awesome. Thanks, Rachna. Yeah, and then maybe Peck can take that on, or whoever. Yeah. Awesome. Thank you. I mean, I always feel strongly if we practice, we got to practice what we preach and from the top down. So thank you for raising that. Beyond that, you have a long list of recommendations as usual. I am wondering how you square this with kind of the AIR work that's going on and what you would prioritize for us as we think about that. What's repetitive, perhaps not. I know you were set to present this before the AR report, so, yeah.
Yeah, I would only say it's rather interesting. We made a lot of these recommendations, and then AR came out. And a lot of the recommendations fall into line with a lot of what AR was involved with. And I think that goes back to I think, to the nature of our committee. The members of our committee live and breathe this every day. I've been through 10 IEP sessions. I've been through 3 triennial reviews with my daughter. I can tell you that most of them are fine, but there are a few that I remember quite vividly in that process that are not always the best. And that is the case with a lot of our members. They come in with this knowledge that at times their public input and their personal input and the parental input is not always being accepted, viewed, considered. The idea that it is an individualized education plan is not always the case as we've gone through these processes. And I think that this is something that a lot of our recommendations come from that frame of mind. I know Dr. Boyd has heard me say this before, that members of our committee normally don't come onto our committee because they've had a tremendously positive experience with Fairfax County Public Schools in the past. And so they bring with them that knowledge of what has occurred in those IEP sessions, what has occurred in those classroom sessions, the inequity that sometimes they see that's involved. I will tell you that the AR report presents a tremendous opportunity for this school district to take significant steps forward with regards to special education, and I welcome that. And I thought it was particularly a powerful leadership effort that this board took to move forward on that particular front. That all being said, a lot of these recommendations line up exactly to where AIR was, and a lot of that is because of the experiences that our members have. So for us, when we say we want to be partners in this process, it's because we come with a level of personal knowledge that is engaged in this particular effort. And so the sooner we have information that is shared with us, the stronger advice that we can provide to them. The earlier we're included in that process, the better we think the policy can be in the end. And I think these recommendations are evidence of that they were written before AIR came out, and then AIR came out and essentially confirmed a lot of the points that were associated with these. I hope that answered your question.
Yeah, no, I appreciate that, especially, to the piece of whether it's individualized or not, kind of more framing or broader thinking around what's missing. If there are specific recommendations too, feel free to elevate those, please. Have you all been reached out to already about picking someone for the steering committee?
Yes.
Okay, great.
I will be involved in that process, as will a number of our committee members that will be involved in that as well.
Awesome.
As I said to Mr. Bloom, my week, this week's a rather interesting one. Frances isn't here. I think she's probably hiding from me at this stage. Because I am on the core team as well, and also on the steering committee as well. So
Okay. So the
somewhere
core
in
team-
there, I have to find family time and
Yeah.
my paying job, but I'm sure it'll work.
No, God bless you guys. It's a labor of love, because otherwise, it's the same. Yeah. There's no doubt that you're putting in far more than.
But yeah, we are heavily involved.
Okay. So that would be, I think maybe the core team is referring to the strategic planning, but I'm thinking for the steering committee of the AIR thing
Yes.
too, right?
Yeah,
Okay,
we're involved in that.
great. And did she leave? Okay. There she is. Dr. Boyd. I was just reviewing the timeline and just thinking about, because the steering committee is kind of broad. You have folks from all over and different committees. Just in terms of the timeline itself, is there going to be a component of involving ACSD a little bit more. I guess I'm pushing for that a little bit, just because I'm thinking, I know right now you have the steering committee broadly, which has, again, a variety of folks, but
Thank you. So we do have diverse representation from all of the, or we've sent invites to all of the school board advisory committees, as well as our student organizations. And we shared in our, I think it was our November 15th presentation.
I was just looking over it,
It's all
yeah.
running together to me. That those persons who are serving as organizational representatives, their task is not only to hear the information and things like that, but also to share that information with their respective organizations so that they serve as that voice. So if let's just say Ms. Pekarsky, because I'm looking at you, if she's representing LMNOP organization, when she's speaking at the steering committee, she's not speaking on behalf of Stella Pekarsky. She's speaking on behalf of LMNOP organization versus Mr. Frisch, who may have been one of the randomly selected parents who was on the committee. He's speaking for himself. He's speaking as Carl Frisch. He's presenting his sole ideas. And so that's the delineation. And also be mindful that throughout the process, all stakeholders, students, staff, families will have an opportunity to provide feedback throughout the developmental process as outlined in the timeline.
yeah, and I know that's my time. I don't know that, the ACSD, putting that with all the other advisory committees as equal voice in this conversation, I don't know that that's the best way forward, but.
And remember also, and again, as you said, we have a number of folks. We have our stratified random sample of not only students with disabilities who will be participating, but also parents and guardians. And so we just want to be mindful that not everyone is a part of ACSD or a part of SEPTA. And so we want to have that broader voice for those voices who may not normally be heard. And so that's why there's that key piece of having that random sample. So we will certainly have a large parent voice and student voice on the team.
Yeah, I'd hope for them to be a little bit more of a component in the timeline as opposed to just a member on the steering committee, but that's for your consideration. Thank you so much.
Thank you. I have Ms. McLaughlin, followed by Ms. Tolan.
Great, thank you. I certainly always appreciate the depth and rigor of time and effort and work product that comes out of ACSD. So thank you for chairing it and all of the volunteers for their time and effort. I do want to just say for the public listening that as with some of our other departments in FCPS, during my tenure, and in fact, in the first 9 years, we've had 4 different assistant superintendents for special services. And I say that because it's really hard for the division to continue to improve and move forward sometimes when you keep having a change at such key leadership level. And I do feel that under Michelle Boyd's leadership and the team that she has, there has been a real strength in trying to better partner and collaborate with our families. Would you, speak a little bit to what you've seen in the history of your time and what you think we need to be doing to really move the needle? Because I feel as if everyone sitting in this room right now is committed to this work, is cognizant of the work that's in need, but what beyond the report can we do as a board in partnership with our new superintendent and Dr. Boyd to really, because for me, there's a breakdown in the fidelity of implementation, particularly with IEPs, school by school, you got 200 of them. And I think our RASs, our regional area superintendents, my feeling is they have got to get more involved in this accountability component. So what are your thoughts?
I would say 2 things. One, I'm a fan of I was born and raised in Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. And so, well, that's probably one reason why we get along in this. The Pittsburgh Steelers have had 3 head coaches since 1960. And so they have a very consistent process. Let's just move beyond DSS for a second. Look at human resources as an example. I got to know the chair of the advisory committee for human resources, and she said in a matter of, I think, 2 years, they'd gone through 3 individuals at HR. well, then you wonder, you look back at it and you kind of say, okay, we had an individual that both Mike and I recommended for a summer school position who never got a phone call back, never got any interest back onto them. And you start to kind of look back onto these sort of areas and you start to say, there's lack of consistency, there's lack of fidelity to process and the program that's involved. Consistency makes predictability. Predictability makes something that is a better understanding of a product in the end, that allows for parents, for educators, and for others to make decisions that need to ultimately happen. When you bounce around into a ton of different directions, you end up in a pathway that is more reactive than it is proactive. And some of the challenges we have, particularly at our public day sites, I think are reflective of the reactive nature. Now, I want to make very clear about a couple of issues to this end. For the last 2.5 years, DSS has had a specific challenge of trying to deal with special education development in a COVID world, in a virtual education world, that makes it particularly challenging and difficult to provide therapeutic response to that end. And I think that that is something that needs to be recognized. But as the President of the United States says, we're no longer in a COVID world. The pandemic is over. So as a result, I think we now have to look at things and start to say, we have to be far more proactive, far more visionary in our approach to how things are proceeding. When I was at Key Center touring with Ms. Cohen, I asked the question of the principal there. I said, has anyone ever asked you what Key Center should look like in 5 years? And her statement was no. I asked the same question of the principal at Kilmer Center, and he said, no, no one's asked me that question either. I think that it's important for us to start, and I think Air Report is a great first start in that effort, but it's a first step. It is not the end step that I would say. We need to be far more proactive. We need to be far more visionary than what we have been. And again, I want to make very clear, COVID was a major factor in the positions to where we are. What specifically can the board do? I believe was your other question in that end. I think there needs to be a level of direction given to both the superintendent and the assistant superintendent on this particular subject of what it is the expectation that the board has for direction in these particular areas. I'm not suggesting a micromanagement of the process, but I am expecting a level of vision that would be able to suggest that where you want to see Fairfax County Public Schools special education in 5 years, 7 years, 10 years from now. What is the input and involvement for staffing levels, and how are true staffing levels determined at places like Key and Kilmer Center or Burke or Quandah Road and places like that? How do we effectively provide parental input into the IEP process, and to provide that in a way that manages that expectation effectively? So I think direction would be particularly helpful to this end. And anytime you get 3 people in a room together, it's difficult to that end. I said this on a call recently that Dr. Anderson had with her panel of for the roundtable of PTAs. And I said, you can't have consistency when you have Holmes Middle School having one standard for IEP process, and Wayne Oak Elementary, which is quite literally across the street, having a different one. Even having the RAS involved in it, you've got to have greater engagement and involvement to be consistent throughout these particular areas. My first IEP session that we had for my daughter was 20 hours long. And I can tell you that I walked out of that session and I said, I'm a federal lobbyist by trade, and I couldn't convince the people in that room what it was that my daughter needed. And I sat there and I said, there's something wrong here in this process. And Sandy Evans was the only reason that my daughter ended up at the right place. And I will tell you that our parents see that every day that are involved in our committee.
Thank you. Certainly in terms of the board direction, I would say to my colleagues and Dr. Reed, what I would like to have happen is, unfortunately, the staff response wasn't posted to board docs, but we do this every single year. They report and recommend, then staff has a response, but we never see, the culmination of that. We never see that interface. So I think that's crucial. I would like to have Dr. Reed and to the chair and vice chair of the board, frankly, let's make sure that that happens, that we hear back. Is there anything that ACSD recommended that staff is saying it's just not attainable or achievable at this time, and what that is so we understand it and we're not going another whole year or maybe never addressing that. And
Ma'am, I would just say, and I'm sorry, I don't mean to interrupt, but I told our subcommittee members as they were putting together their portion of the report, I said, this is not an academic exercise on our part. We're not doing this to hear ourselves speak.
Yeah.
These are recommendations that we are providing because they come from our experience, that we think is a better way forward in this. And so I appreciate your recommendation to that end.
Yeah. And my final point, Dr. Reed, is again, a long tenure on this board, and we have to stop having 200 schools with 200 different climates on IEP experiences. And it can't be who knows a board member who can get help. So if that's the number one thing we can do is get the RASs involved, and let's have the fidelity and then the accountability. And if it's not getting done, then we're back to the principals to find out what to fix. Thank you so much.
Thank you. And we have to, I believe, also move out of the standard approach that we've had to it in the past. One of the things that I talked to Mike about on this subject was I said, maybe we need to go talk to the Association of Principals and start to work that angle within this particular process. Maybe we need to start to look at different PTA organizations and different aspects of it and move that forward. That's something I think that's important.
Yeah, respectfully, that's the board and the superintendent to do that heavy lifting for you. You guys are already doing enough.
Thank you.
Ms. Tolan, followed by Ms. Keys-Gamarra.
Thank you. I'm really happy to follow that conversation because I was looking through your list of recommendations, and a lot of them, like, okay, let's be solution oriented here. How could we actually do some of these things? You have some very specific things in there around staffing, for example, differential pay, ESY, 3 days of prep time, before summer school, very specific things that we could easily put a dollar amount around and think about how do we incorporate that into our budget process. But I'm also acutely aware, especially after the last conversation, is, you have lots of them in there. So how do we prioritize them? Workforce is a huge priority in our budgeting process this year for both the school board and the board of supervisors. We've been very vocal about that. So I'm really hoping we can get from you, from Dr. Boyd, from Dr. Reed, some of these visionary creative ways to really deal with workforce in special education. We do have a budget question process where, we submit questions to get exact dollar amounts around some of these ideas. I am more than happy if you want to send me these specific questions, Dr. Boyd, or work with you to get them into that budget process so we get those dollars. The question will come back to you anyway for the details, most likely. But I just want to throw that out there. But I also, again, see in the discussion how we are in a very unique position this year in going through our strategic planning process at the same time that we're working on the budget. And I'm thrilled to have you so involved in these, the core team with strategic planning and our AIR committees as well. You know, hopefully that can help us in the short term, even in some of that prioritization, so we get some of the stuff into our FY24 budget. So no real specific questions there, just a call to action maybe and an offer to help.
Ma'am, my committee will be more than happy to provide you with a lot of suggestions. Whenever it comes to this, we will be more than happy to filter those back through our school board liaison on that subject, if that would work for you.
Yeah, that works great. I mean, we can all submit those budget questions. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. I really appreciate, I know all the board members do, you being here and having an opportunity to review such an extensive report. As I listen to you in this discussion, a few themes jump out at me, and one of them is making sure that we are removing barriers, setting standards and expectations, and implementing them with fidelity. I really appreciate your comments about providing vision overall, and I look forward to working with my board members to achieve that. And perhaps it includes some specific policy. One of the things that I know we had an opportunity to discuss was the IEP process. And I'd like to hear your viewpoint on how the centrality of that and how parents feel, how they relate and feel that they are a part of the process for their children. As someone who's participated in a number of IEPs for different children, I often find myself thinking, I don't know how a parent who doesn't have the same information available to them would be able to fully have a full and meaningful participation in that process. So if I asked you for priorities, would you say that improving the IEP process would be up there, or is there something else?
I would argue IEP improvement, I think, is a critical aspect of what we do. It's certainly, I don't know that I would describe it as the top priority that we have, but I would certainly say it is a significant priority that we have. The recommendations that are being proposed, I want to be really kind of clear about a couple things. I have some concerns. Parental input involved in that process currently isn't very good. Changing the name from PLOP to PLAP, I'm not sure resolves that issue. I'm not sure that just simply adding a meeting minutes is going to ultimately resolve what it is that we're trying to accomplish. I made a statement to a number of people once, and I probably said it to Mike on more than a few occasions into this. I said, you know, when you do a IEP, you have each objective or goal that's kind of involved. 70% of parents think that they don't have enough input into the IEP. 70% of staff think they don't have enough input into this process. I get that. I understand that process, having gone through this a number of times. Something as simple, I think, as putting an extra tab that would say parental input under each goal, staff input under each goal. It may seem rather simple, but it would allow for someone to put in their own words what it is they feel about that particular subject. It could be something as simple as, I agree. I know that's kind of a stunning aspect to it, to sort of say that, you just put in there, hey, I agree with what is proposed here. And staff could say the same thing. The reality is staff could say, we agree with the parents' concern on this, but we believe the following is a proper way forward onto it. There's a lot of ways to ensure that there's kind of better involvement. I think there's something very positive, though, to suggesting that we become more consistent with what Loudoun, Prince William, Arlington, Alexandria, and others are doing with regards to their IEP process. We have a very transient community. You can be working in the in the greater Annandale community one day, and then your job shifts out past Dulles Airport the next. And so you move to Fauquier County or you move to Loudoun County, and now all of a sudden your IEP doesn't match up with the way they have their IEP. So I think there's a positive to that. That all being said, this process needs to understand that parents are already frustrated with with the way the IEP process is proceeding. They already feel shut out of that process. Simply changing the words and then suggesting, well, okay, we're going to implement it and we're going to go through the same ways that we provide education to parents to provide it. I think we have to accept the fact that there's some different solutions. Your chief equity officer, Mike Bloom, and I had an opportunity to meet with her, and Nardis King had this great statement that she was talking about it, where she said, we need to go out and speak where people are. If that means we go to churches, if that means we go to community organizations, if that means we go to different places to meet where they are, rather than expecting them to come to the places where we are for education, is probably a good and positive development that we have. I think we need to consider that as a way forward into it. I keep going back to Dr. Anderson's roundtable of PTAs because I think it's a fantastic way of getting information out and providing pathways forward into it. We asked the head of procedural support what they were doing on this particular subject, and her response was they were going to go through PRC for it, Parent Resource Council. By the way, PRC said they had not heard from DSS on that particular subject yet, which is a little concerning to us. That all being said, I think we have to look again outside the box and try to find some better solutions. IP development is where the rubber meets the road. Mm-hmm. For most parents, 28,000 IEP students in this county. When you start to mess around in those areas, even if it's something that's going to ultimately have a more positive result, you better have made sure that you've got everything in place to ensure that process is going to be right. Because if it isn't, you're really, really getting into a messy area for parents. And it's something that's going to get a lot of attention.
I have two questions. One, you said you had another priority. I want to come back to that. I want to put a pin in that one. But with respect to IEPs, obviously I wanted to have you elaborate on that. But I'm also wondering if it would be helpful, and perhaps this exists, I didn't have an opportunity to look for it. Do we have a policy, maybe Dr. Boyd, you can help me with this. Do we have a policy with respect to how our overall approach is to communication with parents in this particular area?
There's no division policy with respect to communication with families. That was, and not a policy per se, but one of the recommendations in AIR was that we centrally develop a process for all schools to implement to communicate with parents that would be a division-wide expectation. But there's
Okay.
not a policy per se, to my knowledge.
All right. And I would think that that would be the necessary step to getting toward the type of fidelity of implementation you mentioned. Were you referring to some specific steps that you've seen in other districts? You mentioned Loudoun and I believe, but you didn't elaborate as to what those were.
No, my belief is a more consistent IEP process across all of the Northern Virginia counties would be, I think, very positive, given the nature of how families and employment works within these particular areas. If you're working for the federal government and you get transferred from the Pentagon to out past Dulles Airport, there's a good chance you're going to find residency somewhere in Loudoun County. If you end up further south, down at Fort Belvoir, decent chance you're going to end up in Woodbridge and end up in Prince William County. So I think that we just have to understand, and likewise, let's say you're in Prince William County, down in Woodbridge, because you have a job at Belvoir, and you end up now with a job at the Pentagon. You're probably going to end up somewhere in Fairfax County to try and be closer to your ultimate employment. Having an IEP that's able to better translate from their county to our county or our county to their county makes parents' lives that much easier. And I can tell you, as a special needs parent myself, it's already tough enough without having to deal with this type of issue that you're having to then translate that comes along. You asked about another priority, though?
Yes, I want to end with that, but I do
Okay.
want to bounce a few things off of you. It seems to me our communication strategies need to contemplate the needs of the students, staff, and parents to provide meaningful participation. That's what I'm hearing from you in the IEP process, including steps that identify ways to assure that parental comments are a significant consideration and guiding force in the IEP process. That's what I kind of gathered in my brain as you were speaking. I know we talked a little bit about it when we had the meeting. Mr. Bloom, if I could just conclude and then you give your priorities, and I'm wrapping it up. Have you had any further discussion about that parental documentation within the IEP? We talked about it earlier in a previous meeting, so I just wanted to get an update if you have one. And I'm done, thank you.
So Dawn Schaefer, who's our Director of Procedural Support, who's not here today, she and her team are overseeing the IEP updates and the changes. So we've had some conversation, and I know that she and her team right now are looking at specific input that was provided by the ACSD just a couple of weeks back. And then in our upcoming meeting in 2 weeks, at our general meeting, we're going to have a response to some of their recommendations. So yes, there's been some discussion, and we have received the input from the ACSD, and then they're going to provide, or Dawn's going to provide some additional updates in December at the general meeting.
And just as an additional add-on, and the timing is a good timing, just during this meeting, I know that the board had asked AIR to provide feedback on the IEP updates, and that popped up in my email during this meeting.
In terms of other priorities, staffing, particularly at our public day sites. We need to be very cognizant of the fact that I asked Ann Smith, who's principal at Key Center, are you fully staffed? And she said, well, according to the number that I'm supposed to have here, yes. And I said, okay, is that number accurate to the needs of Key Center? And her statement was no. And that is, I think, a particular challenge that we need to understand, that for our behavioral classrooms at Key Center, for instance, you're dealing with educators there that are having to deal with challenges that are beyond what any other teachers are really, frankly, dealing with around the county. And I would say this: their funding levels that they have in terms of what their pay levels are completely inadequate for the job that they're actually doing. But you're also dealing with staff there that are being asked to do things that are beyond what others would have to be asked to do. And you're going to burn those teachers out. You're going to burn those educators out. But even more than that, you can't just call off of the substitute list for a teacher at Key Center or Kilmer Center or others. Having full-time subs that are available at those locations are really, really critically important. And I know that's been a topic that we've had over the years involved with this, but staffing, particularly special education staffing, particularly staffing at those public day sites, has to be a priority level that needs to be moved forward. And again, I want to make very clear, COVID put a lot, created a major challenge for us that we're just now getting out of, and I understand that. But we're now moving out of it, and it's time we look more proactively than we have been.
Thank you. I have Ms. Sizemore Heiser, followed by Ms. Marin.
First, Harry, it's really great to see you again. I miss sitting next to you for all those ACSD meetings.
I was about to say,
all
we're
those
here
years.
in this
I know,
room
I feel like I
again.
should come
It's a
sit
little-
over there because I miss sitting next to you. So I love seeing you in this role. So thank you for this great report and for all your leadership on this committee. I want to pick up with where you mentioned the vision of what special ed should look like in 5 to 10 years, and I would say even longer. And I'm going to start with a conversation I think I had on Dr. Boyd's before she started, but after she was hired. I think I sat in the parking lot of School of Rock in the trunk of my car, hatchback, remember, for 2 hours while I was waiting for my son, talking to you about the fact that we needed to just restart special education from the ground up, and that we had not looked at our structures, processes, procedures, programs, staffing formulas holistically in probably 20 years, if not 30 years. And that is lots of turnover, lots of things going on, but I think that's where I'd like to start, because your report and how eerily it mirrors the AIR report, even though it was done beforehand, flags the issues and flags some big systemic issues, right? And we can keep putting Band-Aids on stab wounds, or we can try to address the stab wound, right, and fix the patient. And I think I'd just like to start there by saying, I would love to use this report and the AIR report and the work that you're doing, Dr. Boyd, with your coming up with your enhancement plan and our strategic plan to come up with a strategic plan for special education. Dr. Reed, I'd put that to you, that as part of our joint work, we need a strategic plan for special education that looks holistically at how we provide special education services, staffing, you mentioned staffing, differentiated pay, programming, program placement, identification. I mean, I could go on. So I would just put that out there, and I'll pause and see what you think of that.
First of all, here. It is one of the reasons that Fairfax County has always been at the forefront as a leader in this particular region was because of the outstanding special education offerings that we have. And I will tell you, one of the aspects of the AIR report was that we still have really darn good special education offerings here in Fairfax County Public Schools. And believe me, I've spoken with many a parent in Loudoun, Prince William, and other locations that say, boy, I wish I could be in Fairfax County with the opportunities that you all have over there. That doesn't mean that there isn't room for improvement. And there's a lot of room for improvement. And the things that you're talking about, looking at special education from the ground up, looking at it with a renewed look at technology improvements, a renewed look at what is it that we need in terms of staffing at certain locations, what is it that we need to improve communication skills, not just verbal communication skills, but communication skills across all aspects of what we do. One of the things that we need to be very careful about is that what we have is how do we build off of the great work that we have here now, but to ensure that we're not fighting the last war.
Yep.
That we're not simply looking at this and saying, how do we fix what had happened 4 years ago, 5 years ago, 3 years ago, but rather asking the question of the principal at one of our specific locations, what do you see special education as within 5 years, 7 years, 10 years, 20 years? And what do you need here to ultimately have that happen? I would like to say one thing. My daughter's been at Key Center since she was 5 years old. First time we've had a superintendent visit was when Dr. Reed came and did her visit at Key Center. That's a great first step in engaging within those particular areas. And I really appreciate the fact that you came and showed up at Key Center because those are parents that are often left behind in that process, and we greatly appreciated it.
Ms. Sizemore, if I can just add or clarify one piece. So this special education enhancement plan is intended to be the special education strategic plan. We just didn't use the word strategic plan for sake of there's already strategic planning. So to try and quantify or separate those, but those teams will be identifying mission, vision, core values, goals, things like that. All of those components of a strategic plan. So again, I know we're calling it something different, but just so that it wouldn't get confused. I know Harry lumped all the meetings that he's going to into one. And he just has to put them on his calendar, so I understand why.
So I just wanted to say, I saw the mission, vision, and what I'm looking more for is just structures, processes, procedures.
Yes.
Beyond mission and vision, but how are we actually delivering?
All of that, and that's where you get into, once you identify your goals, what are going to be your strategies and tactics for achieving those goals? So whether it be around the HR component and looking at those staffing structures, all of those things. But I just wanted to just add that element.
And if I can, to that end, that's where the rubber meets the road here. We can come up with shiny statements that say, this is what we want special education to be. Until we're actually willing to pay for it, until we're actually willing to put the dollar number on the table and say, this is what it costs to do this. Until we say we have to hire this number of people to do this. Until we say we have to invest in this amount of technology to accomplish that. It's simply a shiny statement that we can point to and move forward onto.
I agree, and I appreciate hearing that, Dr. Boyd. That makes me feel much better. So thank you. A couple things I wanted to just point out. When we talk about translation and communication, I would strongly suggest that we have a checklist, I know you're surprised to hear that, of information that parents should be given alongside their case manager letter every year. That includes this transition resource guide that I didn't even know existed till recently, which includes the special education parent handbook, the 2E handbook, it give you links if need be, and some one-pager saying what's in these documents and why they're useful and helpful, sort of a welcome to special education alongside the case manager letter, not just at IEPs, because it's almost too late. I would recommend, we talk about, in number 3, you talk about the cultural norms, gender equality, and the chief equity office. We have a neurodiversity specialist who should be involved, and I was kind of surprised not to see our chief equity officer here because this is an equity issue, as well as our neurodiversity specialist. When you talk about meaningful inclusion. Yeah, and I just really quickly with meaningful inclusion, the conversation sounded like we're talking about core academics or extracurriculars. And I want to be really clear. It is not just, it's CTE, it's co-curriculars, it's that school community. CTE and co-curriculars are not extracurriculars, right? So.
Harry spoke about the cheerleading, that was a component that we know widely sometimes what happens after school oftentimes is forgotten in a discussion. People think
I just
about
want to make
what
sure that
happens
wasn't
between
lost.
bell and bell. Oh, yes, I got you.
I'll take a go back. Thank you.
Thank you. I have Ms. Marin, followed by Ms. Pekarsky, and then Ms. Derenak Kofax.
I think I'm trying to pull together what this board could do to actively respond to some of your comments today, many of which repeat themes that we've heard before. One is about tracking recommendations of the committee, and I know that the board put in place a motions tracker for all of our general motions, but perhaps we also need a recommendations tracker of our committees. I've been really frustrated since even before I was on the board at the inconsistent use of recommendations and responsiveness to the community. I was on committee before I became a board member, and I know that our public engagement committee has worked to try and improve the process, but I also think that, it was this board's doing that. It's only today that we're hearing this, and I would like to see our governance manual reflect that we prioritize hearing the 3 state-mandated advisory committees reports before we hear anybody else's reports, and I think that's a really simple fix that our board can make to put that in writing to further keep us accountable to being responsive to your work. But that said, perhaps something that staff can help us out with is tracking the recommendations in that motions tracker that is more of a formal system over time. So that's something I'd love, perhaps that can be a board motion that directs the superintendent to do that. I think giving direction, you mentioned that this board needs to give direction, and that does not come in work sessions. Even if each of us say the same thing, it comes by that formal vote. So what are the things that this board could vote on to direct the superintendent to do the work? Now, I also think that the strategic plan work does go hand in hand with this, and so I'm, eagerly, anxiously waiting for that to come out, and I hope that you all will participate in that process. But because that gets to the bigger vision piece that I've heard some of my colleagues talk about, which is, as a parent in this space, as well as a board member, I see that the example I can give that perfectly, I think, encapsulates how we need to expand what we think of our special education students is I went to visit the Edison Academy, a lovely student who was in the cosmetology program learning chemistry, who led a bunch of adults around the school to give us a tour, and who's on the basketball team, is a student with special needs. She has a disability. And I would not say that she had any, I know there's a legal ramifications, but what I'm saying is she was very competent. She was very skillful and strengths-based. And so how do we, again, elevate and, move to the next generation of how we work with our students with disabilities? Some of the study skills I see my own children struggling with, one with an IEP and one with a 504, are things that I know that other gen ed students struggle with. So, and I also wonder about how we incorporate our students with 504s in this conversation, because it always pains me that it's one. The last thing I just want to say real quick is that I remember years ago being informed that FCPS had contracted to have the software self-created for our IEP. And I can't tell you, it feels so sterile when I sit there and I'm being read this content. So I love your recommendations. And I just think, again, that could be a directive that the board gives. What is that software being used, and how do we align it with area jurisdictions or even share it? I think it used to be a best model, but now I'm not so sure. So anyway, quick.
I would only respond back to you, IEP process onto this, and certainly 504 is an issue that I want to make sure is not left behind in this conversation, and it's an important one for us not to have left behind. But you have to remember too, when you're going through the IEP process, the build up to the IEP process is almost as stressful for a parent as the actual IEP itself is. For weeks and for days, you're just stressed of, oh God, are they going to accept this? Oh my, is this going to work? Is this going to be where it is? And you're not sleeping well, and you're bouncing ideas back and forth off each other of potential language. And so when you get into the meeting itself and you get through the heart of the objectives and the goals, and you're at hour 2 at that stage, you are so exhausted that you just want it to end. Let me just get it over with at this stage. I cannot tell you the number of times that they'll say to us, well, here is the book that is required for it. And it's like, just put it in with the rest of the packet. I don't have time for it right now. I'm just exhausted. I can't do any more to that end. Understanding and being respectful of that process, I think, is really, really important. I talked about the first IEPs that my daughter went through. It was 20 hours over 2 days. And it was so awful a period of time onto it that we just went through it. And by the end of it, it was like, we knew we weren't going to accept what was being offered. They knew we weren't going to accept what was being offered. And it was, let's just get it over with and get it done with at that stage and move forward onto it. So I think that there needs to be some understanding and respect to that reality, that when a parent comes into an IEP process, that there's already hundreds of hours of work that's already gone into it at that stage, and that it's exhaustive for those parents that are sort of involved and engaged at that level. And making that process as easy as it can be, that parent input is provided, I think is absolutely crucial, so that the parent is heard and understood and recognized in those particular efforts. What can you do? And what specifically would be in terms of, I think there needs to be more information before you can take that first policy vote, so to speak, into it, and say what specific action needs to be taken. The AIR report's a good first step into it, but differential pay is probably, if you were to ask a special education teacher what the most impactful issue is, differential pay is probably as high up on that list as you're going to get. And I think that consistency of educator at a number of these locations can help to be resolved with that one particular issue. It's a good interim first step that I would say would help us to get to a stage where we need to. But that requires money. And that requires action onto it. And it's not just a simple statement of, well, okay, we'll put a little bit extra towards it. No, it's not an insignificant number. And it's something this board is going to have to wrestle with. But I'd also like to just sort of add one last item. We talked about the IEP process in this. Again, we're an advisory committee in this. I can make recommendations through our committee to Dr. Boyd. In the end, it's Dr. Boyd's decision as to the next step that needs to occur here. And I think that's an important step for us to have, and we recognize that. We don't have veto authority on our committee, as much as some of our members, I think, would like that. But we do believe in an advisory role to that end, and we believe in that very strongly.
Thank you. Just a quick time check for everybody. We're about 5 minutes behind, and we've still got 4 folks who haven't gone, and 2 folks for sure who've signaled to me they want to go back. So, Harry, I hate to cut you off, but we'll.
No, go ahead.
All right, so Stella and then Ms. Derenak Kovacs.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for being here, for the report, for your patience in meeting with us. I know that there were a lot of scheduling conflicts at the beginning, trying to find a time to get you all here. I think there's a lot we can do in our opportunity from a policy perspective with our strategic planning, which is, obviously why we're doing that. And will give us that ability to set the vision and set some goals that, taking this information, the information from the AIR report, will allow us to really I think, move the ball forward. A lot of these are operational recommendations, of course, so we look to staff to incorporate and to make kind of those improvements. But in our, in our space, pay, staffing, grappling with those issues, the differentiated pay, the extended contracts, et cetera, especially as we're having budget conversations, that is where this board has the opportunity to really make some impact and, some difference. So I think that is a space for us to converse with one another and try to figure out what would that look like, what does that cost, how do others do it, et cetera, et cetera. I will say I was glad that Ms. Hall was here earlier, well, because a lot of what you were talking about is the parent experience, parent education, and those of us who are parents in this space, we've all had actually the same experience, and a lot of us have had it with more than one kid, which is indicative of a systemic problem. That right there, right? And, I think about just even for somebody who understands the process, who's in this space, this can be so overwhelming sometimes. We have the handbooks, we have a website with this, that, and the other, but it is a lot, and to have another language on top of it just makes it so much more daunting, and it doesn't allow parents the ability to advocate or to even be part of their children's education, which we know is imperative to push those kids forward. So, sometimes, I have never been given the transition handbook, and I've got a senior going through transition. So I will just leave that there. So there's a lot of us who are learning things right now. And sometimes I think, have we thought about, and I know this is a lot of work, but even hundreds of pages of stuff to read is a lot. It's too much for anybody. Even little videos of, hey, your kid is up for local screening. This is what that means. Easily digestible things that somebody can look at and access and will actually watch. Sorry, but okay.
Oh, thank you. Ms. Derenak Kofax?
Yes, I just want to say thank you for being here, and thank you for being so candid with us. My questions were answered somewhat by you as far as what can we do as far as, and we as a collective board, if you were here this morning, you would have heard a similar thought on, another topic about how we need standards and fidelity of implementation. We're a large system. We are not always good at ensuring that we are providing things equitably to all parties involved. We're well aware of that, and we continue to grow and learn from that. When you talked about the Key Center sits in the heart of my district. That team there, when I first got on the board, I talk about how meeting that team and how I was truly just brought to tears by the love that they show to their students. And I know things aren't perfect, but you have a team there, and I'm glad your daughter's there and getting the kind of care and education she needs. And thank you for sharing that. It is one of the best schools in the nation as far as what we are able to provide for children whose needs need to be addressed in a public school.
Nan Smith is truly a great leader over there.
She absolutely
great
is.
leader.
She
And a
absolutely
great team over there as well.
Yes, we do. So I just, again, talking about the thing that troubled me in the beginning, that there was not parental input on a lot of these things. And I think to our staff, I think we need to continue to talk and evolve to see how we can better engage the parents, because particularly when we have those, and my colleagues who you've been part of it, if you're not being involved, or is it a communication in or communication out? So I don't understand that. Perhaps Mike, you can talk a little bit about that. When you said, and make sure I had this, there was no parental input on 70% of the IEPs. So how that happened?
I think the 70% was one aspect of the AIR report when they were reviewing the sample of IEPs and looking at them. They had determined that
sampling
70%,
size.
that's right, did not seek parent input. This whole idea of communication and parent input is a division-wide challenge.
Correct.
We've got 200 schools and center sites within the county, and leadership comes from each of those 200 schools and centers around expectations related to parent communication as their staff interact with parents, the meetings that they hold, the communications both as a division-wide process as well as those individual school communications that go out to parents. So you're right. I think that communication can be a challenge, but it's really going to take multiple departments and multiple groups of individuals to be able to tackle this, to try to get that consistency and that fidelity that we're looking for, because we do want our parents to feel as though they're involved and that they have input. We never want a parent to feel that they're on an island by themselves in this overwhelming process trying to get services for their child that they so desperately need. And so
Absolutely, and it's a systemic problem. It was not meant to point fingers. It was more meant, because we could have talked about any issue. You could name a topic, and we could say, lack of parental input, fidelity of information, lack of fidelity of implementation. So I just wanted to hear from you, your thoughts on that, because I think oftentimes, as you indicated, that this particular subset of parents can be so overwhelmed by their own caretaking and needing to be able, not really being, even understanding what they can do. And I see that you wanted to.
No, and I just want to clarify one piece, because certainly, not to take away anything that, Mr. Henderson, Mike, or that you've shared, but just wanting to clarify the data point for folks who might be listening, who may not have had the benefit of joining us before. That 70%, as Mike said, was based off of that sampling of review of IEPs where parent input was documented. But ironically enough, a large percentage, and if you asked me in October, I would have had these figures memorized for you. But a large percentage of our parents of students with disabilities felt that their voice was included in that process, so they felt their voice was included in the process, but then when you looked at the paper in the black and white, you were trying to flip through the pages to see where is it reflected. And so I just wanted to share that piece, because again, we want to make sure that we remedy that piece, but I just also want to uplift, because our schools are working with families to get their input, but there's still that disconnect of where is it manifested or represented in black and white on that document. Thank you.
I would say in my line of work, I tell this to my clients all the time, a meeting doesn't happen until you send the follow-up email for it. An IEP voice isn't heard unless it's actually written down. So if it's not written down, you may feel like your voice was heard, but was it? I don't know that you can actually say it was heard if it was not ever actually written down. Because what happens if you move? Just because the people in that room heard your voice, if it's not recorded and you move to a different school district or school area, it's a different team. And they're going to go off of what's based off of the written statement first and foremost.
I got you. Well, thank you. You have certainly, as I said, thank you for your input, your time, and for your candor. I appreciate it.
Thank you. I guess, I would argue too, in a gentle pushback, like perception is reality. So how do we, if we feel like we, by the letter, are meeting what needs to be done, but people aren't feeling like they are being heard, then maybe it's in the process, not the document. And that's something that I think as a system, we certainly can work on. In fact, to that end, I loved the idea of like a little video, and we don't have to do this ourselves, we can reach out to VDOE, to the U.S. Department of Education, there are other organizations, this doesn't have to be FCPS reinvents the wheel again. But I agree, I will say those documents are a lot like if somebody handed you a copy of what to expect when you're expecting as you're bringing the baby home from the hospital. And you're already so overwhelmed, you're in so deep by the time your child is identified that there's no, and you're trying so hard to become this subject matter expert that your kid needs you to be because they don't have a voice, and all you get to see at home is the struggle, and it's not representative of who they are and what they know and how they process, and trying in these periods of time in these meetings with navigating CSARs and 8 million documents and all of it to try to be able as a parent to even express because I don't know what's wrong. I don't know what's wrong, but I know something's wrong. And I think that even in the local screening process and how we identify, we set up processes that by the time when your child finally is identified and you've gone to local screening 372 times to make that happen, you come in with baggage and you come in with binders and you come in with, because you are so used to having to fight to make your case instead of having someone say, hey, we really see that your child is struggling. We've used MTSS and we've tried tier 1, tier 2, tier 3. We feel like that's not meeting it. We'd really like to do some testing, and here's the areas that we'd like to look at. In a perfect world, people would be coming to you instead of you fighting. And again, that's not your fault or it just is. It just is. And so we come to you with this contentious feeling because we feel like we're the only people fighting for our kids, and that's not true, but it feels that way, like you're on an island by yourself. So I think even the education for local screening, what Stella said, hey, so now your kid, you're going into local screening because you don't know, you show up and it's a room like this, and you're just you, and you may not have any background in this at all, and you're supposed to make this case for your kid who can't succeed. So anyway, I have 8 million more things to say, but I just did want to say the highlights to me were inclusion, MTSS, like you see this over and over again every year of this report. So I know we have a couple of go backs, and just one comment that I wanted to make at the end about some training that's being provided at the state level. So we have Dr. Anderson had a go back. Did you still want to? Okay. Ms. McLaughlin, did you want to go back? Okay, Ms. Keys-Gamarra?
Mine is really quick. I know every year we get this report at the end of the year when everybody's pretty much wrapping up our thinking. I think maybe we need to talk about getting it midstream so that we can implement it as we're working during the school year. I'd like to offer that as something we discuss ongoing.
It's funny you say that. We have had more than 24 conversations at committee about that exact statement of when is the best time for us to actually present this sort of report to you. And we would certainly welcome your thoughts to that end. We're a little bit all over the place, so we would really welcome some thoughts.
I can say I find this discussion very helpful when I'm already focused, not summer planning, whatever that is. So I just offer it as a possible conversation.
Thank you.
I will just interject there that when we had training at VSBA, that the state SEAC, their kind of recommended best practices were a couple of times a year, that you do a report, and then either you have a meeting that's a response to the answers, or it's a mid-year follow-up of where we are, because it's just too much to digest. So I agree. I saw Ms. Sizemore-Heiser, did you want?
Address that, because couple years ago, Ms. Mayor and I had a forum topic to look at our advisory committees and our standing committees. And so PEC looked at that. I started when I was PEC chair, finished under Carl last year. And it's one of the pending things for a work session. And we had a pretty robust discussion about how to do a mid-year report. We weren't sure whether it would be timely with new members, but I think that's worth a work session discussion to figure out, maybe it is with the state SEAC, right? The response and responses to the responses is mid-year. I don't know, but it's something we can take up at a work session. I just want to throw that out there. It's one of the things pending. So I think that's a great suggestion to bring up for that work session.
Agreed. Anybody else before I will just add, Ms. Marin's not here to speak to it, but in governance, we did bring up that we are looking to change our policy for how we bring these reports in, and that the state mandated policy reports, which is you in Title I, that those would be scheduled with the highest priority so that we don't wind up having happen what happened with this one.
Thank you.
Well, thank you so much. And Mr. Henderson, I will just say, Oh, I'm sorry. I thought that was your go back. Please, sorry. All right, go ahead.
Thank you. So I was just trying to respond to Ms. Keys-Gamarra's point. So a couple of things. I agree with what Ms. Pekarsky said. A lot of this is operational. So I'd just like to put some things out, Dr. Reed, for your staff to look at. I really would like you to look at a checklist of items given to parents, that one-page digestible videos, whatever it might be. The PRC has a bunch of YouTube videos and trainings out there. We just don't, I think, could do a better job, and I wish something to talk to Ms. Hall about advertising them. I think that'd be really important. An IEP best practices document that would helpful for parents, and also just some training. It's beyond translation for our families, right? It's really understanding the terms, the processes, all of these things. How do we provide that? I know, again, the PRC does some of this. And that includes things like, we translate the IEP documents. We don't translate the applied studies diploma information. How are we going to translate the applied? Parents need to know these things. That's long-term impact on their students' lives. Central, I've heard this from many, many teachers, especially adaptive curriculum teachers, central office development of materials in the way that we do for ISD does, it can still be adapted to each individual student's need, but having a baseline, and I think some of this work has started, but I really think making sure, and then when we talk about, earlier today, Gen Ed and OSS talked about some of the work they're doing, how do we make sure that work is being paralleled with what DSS is doing as well, so we're not, then we'll get to the special ed. And I'm not saying you do that, but I want to make sure that when we're putting out these initiatives, it's being rolled out simultaneously, so all of our teachers and staff are getting the benefit of the material. The things that we do, I think, need to talk about really badly is ESY, extended year contracts, year-round contracts. I think that's really important to get that consistency of teaching. One year when I was on ACSD, you might remember this, I actually did a crosswalk between our recommendations, admin responses. I would think that crosswalk with recommendations, admin responses, and outcomes would be super important, like what programs were developed, what was changed, maybe nothing, but that would be good to know. And I do think there may be some room with Ms. Youngblood Hall to really talk about special education, parent experience, and engagement, and what that looks like, and what are strategies that are part of the strategic plan for special ed, or however we call it. I will tell you, similar to Mr. Henderson, my son's IEP, when he was in 6th grade going to 7th grade, was 8 meetings long. 8 meetings long. And at one point, anyway, I won't go into it, 8 meetings long. And I will pull out one best practice that has really helped streamline his own IEPs in high school is we did a lot of pre-conversation. They weren't IEP meetings, but it was just a conversation with case managers and us about, what do you see? Let's look at the progress reports. Here's where we still see issues. And then so when we got to the IEP meeting, we had a lot of meeting of the mind about what we needed, and we could just discuss goals. And I will agree with Mr. Henderson, the reason it's so important to have it written, and I used to say this in my IEP meetings, is that the team that's writing the IEP is often not the team that's implementing it. It's written one year and it's implemented by another team the next year. And I think that's really important. I used to say, if we all die in a plane crash tomorrow, I want someone to be able to pick up this document and know what to do with my kid.
Yeah.
I'll stop there.
If I can, just to that end, it's funny you say about the crosswalk between outcomes and results onto it. As I mentioned, this is not an academic exercise for us. And I want to make sure that people understand that. And one of the things that I had said was, this is my first report that I have done, and Mike doesn't fully know this yet, but in January, we're probably at executive committee going to have a pull-out onto this and say, okay, time to look through these recommendations and figure out what have we done, what haven't we done, why haven't we done them. And it's okay to say, hey, we just can't do this or we can't do that. That's fine. I'm okay with that. But sharing that information, I think, is critical. I want to reiterate what you said about the meeting of the minds pre-IEP development. One of the great parts about Key Center is that all of our objectives and goals are worked out before we ever get in the room. So we're bouncing language back and forth off one another before we ever walk into that room and have that conversation. My daughter's aide, though, has a son at Annandale High School who has Tourette's. She didn't even know she had the ability to have an IEP for her son until she started working for us. And then she started to know, these are the issues that I can bring up. These are the things that I can ask for. These are the issues that come along. I think we have to understand and respect the fact that because they're available doesn't mean they're known. And I think that's an important factor to remember when you're particularly dealing with first generation or zero generation families that are here, is they don't have any other frame of reference to this. They may not have a relative that has gone through this process. And I really believe that it's critically important that we keep that in mind as we work through these sort of processes, that a lot of these parents just simply don't know that this is actually an available opportunity for them. So simply because it's available doesn't mean that they know it's available.
Great. Ms. McLaughlin, you want to take your go back?
I did, sorry about that, sidebarring. Dr. Reed, I think listening to today's conversation, why I wanted to go back is because if we can identify which of the 200 schools are best in class for how they are collaborating and partnering with families on IEPs, we need to use that as the roadmap to then get better at the schools where we're not. I feel like sometimes we focus on where the problems are, and yet we may find that there's some already within the division that are the roadmap we need. And so that would be, again, my recommendation to speed up this process, because, again, I am very worried. Every school year that passes is a year lost for that student and the families. So I think that there is a more expeditious way to get this done, and that would be my recommendation.
I have a feeling we've talked about that once before.
Well, thank you. I so appreciate your time and willingness to spend the last couple hours just hearing all of our questions and frustrations. And again, I welcome any board members if it's a good time to come to an ACSD meeting and hear from everybody and hear their public comments. So please feel like you're always welcome, even if you're not the liaison.
And we're looking forward to having our superintendent with us next month.
All right, thank you very much. With that, then, work session is adjourned.